I've a little bit of martial, so we want to exploit that as early as possible.
Okay, so what is the game plan going into today's game?
I mean, we win the toss, so hopefully we can try get some early wickets and try get into their batting from early as possible.
Any changes in the team?
Just one change. Well, Dervad Reed is out the 13. In comes Shields. So Shields is playing for the first time.
Okay, thank you. All the best. So now we'll go back upstairs to Keswick Williams for commentary.
Thanks so much, Kimberly Forbes. As you saw there, Jermaine Blackwood, the captain of the Jamaica Scorpions team, winning the toss and electing to have a bold first up against the CCC team. And I must tell you that it's not just the height of the captains that's similar for these two teams. It's the indifferent start to the tournament. Both teams lost their opening games by 9 wickets. The CCC team lost their opening match to the Barbados Pride at Shedwin Park by 9 wickets, and the Jamaica Scorpions lost to the Windward Islands Volcanoes right here at Sabina Park by 9 wickets in their opening contest. So 2 teams searching for their first win. Good morning and welcome to your coverage here of the second round of the CWI Regional 4-day contest. It is the Jamaica Scorpions, the home team, up against the combined campuses and colleges returning to the competition after several years out. I was just going back to when the CCC team were in the competition. They last played around about 2013, 2014, and Jermaine Blackwood and Nkrumah Bonham actually played in that final game that the Scorpions won against the CCC team. So CCC coming back, Jermaine Blackwood now captain of the team, and Nkrumah Bonham now still a part of this Jamaica setup. Bright sunshine here at Sabina Park. The pitch that we're using is not the one dead center. It's more towards the right, towards the Kingston Cricket Club's stand. It's a bright overhead conditions, no clouds around. The ball is red, the uniform is white. Happy Valentine's Day wherever you're listening from around the world, and we're hoping that we'll have a very intense and very intriguing contest between these two teams. They're still searching to find their footing, not just in this season's regional 4-day competition, but going forward, going through transitions. The man who's taken charge of the CCC team for this year's tournament is Robert Samuels, would have coached the Jamaica Scorpions a couple years ago, so has some inside knowledge about these teams. Keswick Williams is alongside me. Before we go through the teams, good morning, Keswick. What do you expect from these two teams here starting on day number 1?
Well, first of all, I want to say good morning to our viewers out there, and also good morning to you, my friend. Good to see you here in the commentary booth. But yes, looking here, it looks like a really good day, and I'm expecting some really good cricket. Good to see CCC back in 4-day cricket, and good to see Robert Samuel here as well, Petro Collins, all these guys. Really good bunch of coaches that they have here at CCC. But what I'm looking for in this game is to see the CCC play good cricket. They have been out for a while, full of youngsters, full of energetic guys who want something out of their cricket and trying to make a name for themselves. So it's good to see them here in Jamaica. Last game wasn't much of a success for them, but I'm sure that they took some positive from that game coming into this game. And I'm looking for some good performances from them.
It helps, doesn't it, when it is that you look at the Jamaica Scorpions and their performance against the Windward Islands a week ago, where they really struggle across both innings, not just with bat, but with ball. If it is that you're coming off a tough game against the Barbados Pride as the umpires walk to the middle, if you're a CCC team, you will look at that and you must think that we're in with a shot here.
Yeah, definitely. Starting against Barbados, a tough team. The West Indies Test captain is there, but I'm sure they would take some positive from that game. And coming into this game, I'm sure with guys like the skipper Carter, who is around, who played a lot of his cricket against Jamaica, and Robert Samuel, who is from Jamaica as well and coached the team a couple of years ago, would have some insight on the players. So I'm sure that they're full of confidence coming into this game to play against the Jamaica team who lost the last game against Windies, and also not just lost the last game against Windies, but also has been, sort of losing their sting in terms of first-class cricket and how they have been performing the last 4 years or so. So it would be good for them to take something from this game or even to win this game against the Scorpions. But then, obviously, the Scorpions will have different plans because they would want to put down a win in this year's 4-day tournament, their first win.
Very exciting news for you, Kesrick, and very exciting news if you're a Jamaican or if you love fast bowling and you love cricket around the region, which is everybody in the Caribbean, is that O'Jay Shields is a part of the Jamaica Scorpions playing 11 here. They've made one change to the team that lost inside 3 days to the Windward Islands Volcanoes team, with Shields coming in, Derval Green coming out of the team. It's a change that you almost expected, given that the Scorpions really didn't have much sting or much bite in their bowling attack against the Windwards.
Yeah, definitely. I'm happy to see this young man in the 11 today. I saw him in the last game warming up, and I questioned who he is. And from the coach, he's very excited to get him in. And I'm so happy that he's playing today because I really want to see him operate, especially from that last series in Australia. Shamar Joseph sort of put back the sting into our fast bowling here in the Caribbean. So we're excited to see him. We want to see him operate for the good of cricket. You know, we're happy to see him back in the team. Sad for Derval Green, an experienced campaigner. Had a rough game the last game. But definitely we're excited to see O'Jay Shields today.
Just quickly going through the team list. Jermaine Blackwood, he's the captain. Chadwick Walton, Nkrumah Bonner, Abhijay Mansingh, Carlos Brown, Marquita Mindley, Pete Salmon is still there. Romain Morris, who was really good, looked well across both innings against the Volcanoes. Gordon Bryan, a seam bowler, moves the ball around, will look to make good use of the conditions here. Kurt McKenzie, O'Jay Shields, and that's the lineup for the Jamaica Scorpions team, and a lineup that you expect a lot from. But for the CCC, Kesrick?
Yeah, I'm loving the CCC team. Kirsten Kalicharan, Jonathan Carter, Shamar Brooks, Demario Richards, Shakur Paris, Romario Graves, Cyan Hackett. I want to see him go. I've played with him in America. Also, Jediah Blade, Zashan Matara, and Gavaskar Edmond. Heard a lot about him. He's so excited that his first wicket in first-class cricket was Craig Brathwaite, the captain of the West Indies Test team. So he's happy to be playing against him. Just to name a few of these guys, I'm really excited to see these guys go out there and play good cricket.
So the first delivery of the opening day, this Jamaica Scorpions up against the combined campuses and colleges right here at Sabina Park. O'Jay Shields with ball in hand. There are 4 slips. There's backward point, a short mid-off, mid-on. There's a mid-wicket and a man at fine leg as he steams away. And the delivery allowed to go through to the wicket keeper. And exciting to see O'Jay Shields in the team. Exciting to see Marquina Mindley. I did say it was O'Jay Shields who was scheduled to start. It's actually Marquina Mindley from that Michael Holding end with 29 in his back. Will be interesting to see O'Jay Shields coming from this or commentary box end. I saw him in warm-up today again, moving the ball around, bowling at rapid pace, and it will be very interesting to see how he operates here against the CCC team. And for Marquina Mindley, what is important for him as well, Kesrick, is that he, I don't want to say learn from what happened in the Windward Islands game, but he has to do better. He's the senior seam bowler in this Jamaica Scorpions team. He didn't produce a lot against the Windwards, and that must change if the Scorpions are to get a good start and are going on to win this game.
Well, looking at his last spell in the last game, picking up the last 2 wickets, in Darius Martin and also Sherman Lewis in that last game that they played against Windwards, and then picking up the first wicket in the second innings, which is the skipper of the Windward Island team, Kamani Melius. The errors that he hit picking up those wickets were good errors. If the Scorpion need to win this game, he needs to hit those same errors in which he took those wickets, just on the line of off stump, going away from the batter, top of off stump line. That's the length that he need to bowl consistently in this game to get them on top.
So far, what we've seen from the opening 3 deliveries of this first over is that he's more direct. He's at the batsman. I think he wasted the ball a lot in that game against the Windwards, both opening bowlers for the Jamaica Scorpions. And I don't know if it was a situation where they were searching for the edge or trying to lure the batsman into false stroke. But you want to allow the ball to do its work early, especially when it is that you've won the toss and you've decided to bowl first.
Well, it's something that the Volcanoes did pretty well. in terms of hitting that line on top of off stump or even fourth or fifth stump. I think what the Windward Island bowlers did pretty well was, one, being consistent. And they started to bowl outside the line of fifth stump coming in. They didn't attack the stump much until the second innings. Obviously, that pitch will get wear down a little bit. So obviously, you have to attack the stump a little bit more. But in the first innings, the line and length that they hit consistently was brilliant. They didn't put that driving length. It was a length where you really can't drive, just the top of off stump length, which was perfect in the first innings.
And Christian Kalicharan seeing out that opening over. It was a quiet opening over at the end of it. No run on the board, but Marquina Mindley looks a bit more purposeful, even though it's 6 deliveries, than he did at the start of the opening spell against the Windward Islands just a week ago right here at Sabina Park. The Scorpions desperately in need of a win. Had a horrible Super 50 tournament. Before that was really out of it during last year's 4-day championship. From a Jamaican standpoint, from a Caribbean standpoint, you want the Jamaica Scorpions to do well. And to do well, they must be able to overcome the CCC team here in this game.
Well, I'll tell you what. Year of 2010 and stuff like that, around that time, when Tamara Lambert and these guys used to be playing still, Jamaica used to be the team that they will have 2 games left in the 4-day tournament and they have already won. That's how good they used to play. But we have, over the years, the cricket have somewhat declined. And I don't know, for some reason, they have been they keep going down. The good thing about it, their fast bowling unit in Gordon Bryan, O.J. Shields, and Marquina Mindley. All 3 bowlers are bowlers who are capable of getting wicket and being consistent. I would like to say that the last game, Marquina Mindley had an off game. Gardner did pretty well. Speaking about Gardner, I saw him training yesterday before this game today. The amount of shuttles that I saw him run, I was wondering if he's playing today.
Army man. And this is what I like about Gordon. I have a lot of time for him in sense of his consistency, bowls consistent, good lengths, gets the ball to move away from the right-hander, can get the ball to nip back into the right-hander. I think Jerome made the point last week that Robert Samuels a few years ago said that Gordon Bryan was the only bowler he saw that was able to move the ball both ways, and that's key, especially when you have the new rock in hand. Oh, strain this time. Should be the first boundary, and it is. And Paris just, all he had to do there was just get back onto ball, and that he did. And a wayward delivery. We hyped him up a bit, Gordon Bryan, and the first boundary of the day comes off the bat of Paris. Poorly lined.
Clinical. I mean, at this level, you're not going to get away with those deliveries. Paris, he's a player that I looked at in Super 50 and I really admire. It looks like he has so much time on his hands to play his strokes. Getting off the mark with a boundary. Well played.
I also like this move from Jermaine Blackwood because in the game against the Windwards, I wasn't particularly pleased with the captaincy and what I saw from Jermaine Blackwood. I think he was in between a lot of the time as when to attack, when to be defensive, especially in that Windward's first batting innings. I felt they let it get away from them. The batters were able to score easy runs to pick up boundary at will. But I like this, going with 3 slip, a gully, almost 4 slip and a gully. I like this move from Jermaine Blackwood. And it's about the bowlers now to really be consistent, that back of a length delivery, not to bowl those full drives because it presents an easy scoring shot through the covers, down the ground. But it's for Gordon Bryan and Marquina Mindley, who have both started well. If you take away that battling line delivery down the leg side.
And it is something that the Scorpion bowlers really focused on the last game in terms of the line that the Volcano bowlers bowled to them for the first innings. They were really mindful of the line that these guys, consistently bowl. It wasn't anything close to the off stump much. It was everything really going down the line of fourth and fifth stump. And the length was very, very important because it wasn't a driving length. It was that length that hit the top of off stump. So there wasn't anything to drive. And they were really focused on that and want their bowlers to hit that sort of line and length as well, which we see this morning that they're doing, apart from that one bad delivery that was hit down to fine leg for 4 by Paris. So if they keep, hitting those line and lengths, they should be better today.
Let's continue from that Michael Holding end. Started with a maiden. That was a lovely delivery. Did well, Kalitcharan, to get his bat out of the way. And that is what you really want to see from Markina Mindley. And so far, we've seen him almost full delivery, then that back of a length.
This is the sort of length that we're talking about. Just over the off stump. Better today, Mindley.
Yeah, really good start from the 8 deliveries that we've seen from him so far. Yet to concede a run, which is important, but so far has looked much better, looked more purposeful, as I said before. But it's that delivery now. He has so far, these 2 deliveries to start off, he has gotten the ball to move away from the right-handed Kalitcharan. Does he have that one that drags back into the right-hander? Went a little bit fuller. It's back of a length, and then full. That almost sucker delivery. Would have wanted to pitch it a little bit wide outside the line of the off stump to induce that big booming drive.
What I'm hoping for is that they're not thinking of the CCC players as a walkover. They need to play ball by ball. Because I'll tell you one thing. I could remember the first GT20 when the West Indies Academy came to Canada to play that tournament. Everybody looked at them as a walkover. And they ended up into the finals. They played some brilliant cricket. So I hope they don't look at this team as a walkover and be too complacent against them. Because the same thing that they're looking for, these guys are looking for. Obviously, they're here. A lot of them is their first year in first-class cricket. So they would use this year to learn. Spoke to Edmund yesterday. That's his
uncertainty. And that is what that kind of length brings. Kalitcharan not sure if he needs to play at that. In the end, lucky enough, it came off the face of the bat and went down into the ground before going through to the wicket keeper. You're a seam bowler yourself, Keswick. I must ask you this. When you get to a ground, whether it is your home ground or you're traveling, how much does the end that you bowl from really matters? And here's where my question is coming from as we await this next delivery from Markina Mindley. Ooh, that's a beauty. Beat him all ends up. Played ball, moved away from him. Oh, he's really unsung here, Markina Mindley, early in this one.
This is the Markina Mindley that we know about. Really well bowled. Peach of a delivery, that one.
And just a shade outside the off stump. The reason why I ask, at the end of the over, 3 overs completed, 4 without loss. If my memory serves me right, Keswick, Markina Mindley bowled predominantly from this Courtney Walsh end, from the media center end, with the north stand behind him. New ball in hand, and he's now operating from the Michael Holding end. There isn't a lot of breeze, just looking towards the feather banner, the JCA feather banner towards my left, not seeing a lot of wind. So do you think that, having seen what happened in the game against the Windwards, he's thinking that maybe I need to change ends here?
Well, when you look at that, you would like to think that normally the breeze comes from the road end to the 30 lounge, which is
there's the banner we're talking about.
This is the banner. This is from the road end, and the breeze blow from that side of the ground to the Kensington. What do you call
the
it?
Kingston Cricket Club, or the right wing of the North Stand.
The Kingston Cricket Club. Markina Mindley usually swing the ball from right-handers. Gordon, on the other hand, he can move it both ways. With the breeze not really blowing, but then he's coming down with whatever little breeze that we're having that's blowing that way, he would use it. But obviously Gordon is a little bit better in terms of his skill work. He can move the ball in and out, while Marquino Minley usually just takes it away from the right-handers. But for me, as a cricketer, you have to learn to bowl from any end.
Gordon Bryan, oh, has he got the nick? Yes, he has. Full delivery. That's the one we spoke about, Keswick. That full-length delivery. Paris with the big booming drive. The outside edge found. And the first wicket goes down. The Jamaica Scorpions strike first on the opening day. It's Paris who has to go. Big nick outside the line of the off stump.
Shakir Paris gone for 4. Beautiful delivery from Gordon Bryan. What we expected as well. As I mentioned, the fact that his skill set is better than Marquino Minley. Not saying he's better than Marquino, but his skill set in terms of moving the ball is better. With the wind, the little wind that we have going across the ground, Marquino Minley usually just outswing the ball from right-handers. So he will use that little bit of wind that he has going across the ground, while Gordon can do it anyhow he pleases. And you could see first wicket to Gordon Bryan, as expected, because of what he usually do with the ball. But that wicket brings in Shamar Brooks out of Barbados. Played Test cricket for West Indies as well. So
I know that there was a big thing. By the way, I think Shamar Brooks would have been included in the Barbados Pride reserve team before coming over to the CCC team. I saw persons making a big deal of persons like Shamar Brooks being included in this CCC team. Someone like Jonathan Carter, who is the captain, included in the CCC team. But it's not new to CCC. You think back, you think of a Ryan Austin, you think of a Raymond Reefo, who would have been experienced players in that CCC team back then when they usually participate in the 4-day competition. So having these senior players being a part of this unit, I believe much is being made of it. I believe it helps because you don't want a team of too many inexperienced players not being able to react to certain situations. And you're talking about Shamar Brooks, who played at the highest level, has test centuries. So you're looking at that, and that must give these young players know an insight into what happens at that level. Gordon Bryan to Brooks.
it's also a learning process for them. You have a guy like Shamar Brooks, who played at the highest level, as you mentioned, playing for the CCC. They can only learn from Shamar Brooks and also from Carter. The management staff have people like Pedro Collins and Robert Samuel, who was actually playing in that last game that West Indies won in Australia before that last one that we saw
1997.
couple weeks ago. So yes, so the backroom staff is full of knowledge as well. So having these experienced players around is something that is a good move from the CCC. Last year we saw Shane Dorridge is the captain for the Super 50 team. Now he's with Barbados. And also we had Dennis Ramding was captain a couple of years ago in the Super 50. So it's a good move. I like it.
There's a loud appeal here, but maybe height or angling down the leg side.
Definitely height here.
But Gordon Bryan is on song. I looked at the wicket before, as you look back at this delivery from Gordon Bryan. And height, definitely height is the factor there. Umpire Chris Taylor, as Jamaican Chris Taylor, who now enjoys his football commentary on the National Premier League here in Jamaica. He actually did the game with the CCC against the Barbados Pride at Shedwin Park. Another full delivery from Gordon Bryan. He looks really good. End of the over. Successful over. Wicket from it. Only a single from it. And the end of it, it's 5 for the loss of 1 after 4 overs. I know for the CCC team, if they don't get a good total in this first innings, then maybe they start to look to Chris Taylor and to say, maybe you're the bad omen in all of this.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. Well, Gordon is off the field, which brings Shavar Royal in for maybe an over or so. But I must say, good start by the Scorpions this morning. They have been hitting the errors that will definitely bring them some success. Skipper Blackwood must be pleased with what's happening here, or what his bowlers are giving him in marking a Millie and Gordon Bryan. In the last game they played against Windies on the second day, the first session, it was all about the Scorpions.
Vice captain of the West Indies Test team before he lost his place. But this is his real first jump into full-time captaincy. So he will learn game by game. As Gordon Bryan is back.
And he's back with a bang. Hitting that line just on top of some shaping away.
I'm very sure that the coach of the Scorpions, Andrew Richardson, would be very pleased with this start. A fast bowler himself, seeing Gordon Bryan bowling at a decent pace, getting the ball to move around, hitting that length consistently, being outside the off stump.
It's definitely a sight for any coach to be pleased about. He's definitely gonna be a handful if he can probably add a bit more yards to that pace. With his skill set, the way he moves the ball. So if he can add a few more yards of pace to that, he would definitely be a handful. Just a handful a game as well, but still a young man, just 30. So he has a few years of cricket. And then with his fitness, that will prolong his career.
Showed in that opening game as well that he's no muck with the bat. He can bat, Gordon Bryan. So if he's not the opening fast bowler, maybe he can be converted into an all-rounder.
And we have seen that a lot around the world.
Has that skill set. Oof, that was a beautiful delivery. Again, just pitching on the line of the off stump and moving away from the right-handed Kalitcharan. Another delivery runs very close to the stump, and you can see the shape from the hand angling into the right-hander, then pitching and leaving the right-hander.
His skill set is just out of this world. I can remember the last game he bowled to Tevin Walcott. That's the best setup I saw in that game. Just finding the edge of Kalitcharan. Or I will just run down to third man. Just a single. But as I was saying, the way how he got the wicket of Tevin Walcott. But Tevin Walcott was also trusting the wicket in terms of the bounce. Hence the reason why I shouted out the head groundsman for this ground and what he did with the wicket in the last game. The consistency and bounce was brilliant. So Tevin Walcott was trusting the bounce. He was going in to Tevin Walcott for about 6 deliveries or so. Just shaping it in, and then that big way swinger. Got the wicket of Tevin Walcott caught in slip. But that's the end of the over. Finishing with a dot ball as well to Brooks. The over is 5 for 1.
And we spoke about bright overhead conditions. The sun has gone behind the clouds just momentarily. So it's nice and cool now across Sabina Park. And a really consistent and good start from the Jamaica Scorpions team against this combined campuses and colleges team. But for CCC, they have to look at this now to say that the Scorpions, they have been bowling well. And you have to observe that. You have to acknowledge that. But how do we get out of the first 30 minutes and then you get out of the first hour? For the Scorpions, what will the first change be? I know we spoke about Ajay Shields replacing Derval Green in this lineup, but how fit is he coming in as that first change? Maybe. Do you now look to Pete Salmon? The ball is seaming around. Do you introduce spin early? So a lot of questions to come for Captain Jermaine Blackwood and the Scorpions team. There's a loud appeal. Maybe two sounds there angling down the leg side.
First one we saw shipping in from Minley. But what I'm impressed with is the last game. Over the years, we were concerned about our pitches in the Caribbean and how much spin plays a part on our pitches here in the Caribbean at the first class level. But what I'm very impressed with is that the last game, the first 2 sessions or so, the Windward Island Volcanoes did not go to spin. They continue with their fast bowlers, and they did a brilliant job in terms of the line, the lengths, and taking wickets as well. So that's good to see. Fast bowling here in the Caribbean is operating, and they're fit as well.
Like this from Shamar Brooks, just having a word to Kalecharan. Being hit on the body, that's always a tough blow to take. But the experience of Shamar Brooks just walked down the pitch to have a word to the youngster, regain his composure to face the next delivery. And as Keswick rightly pointed out, Marquino Miller predominantly has been moving the ball away from the right-hander. Did get one to nip back, the one that was angled down the leg side. Still 4 slips in place. And again, targeted on the stumps. Kalecharan doing well to keep it out, but not being able to score. And how important is it? I know it's about 4-day cricket and red ball cricket that a lot of it centers around batting time. Crowd not yet in here at Sabina Park. It's Ash Wednesday, the start of Lent. What are you giving up, by the way, Keswick?
I have nothing to give other than the words of inspiration in the commentary booth. So happy Valentine's to everyone out there, all the viewers, all the lovers today. Just hoping that you have something to give to your lover later. A little rose, a bottle of wine. It's Valentine's. Enjoy yourself. And it's the end of the over. Another good over from Minley comes to an end. Really doing well here for his skipper, Jermaine Blackwood. What is it like on Valentine's here in Jamaica?
As you know, with Jamaican culture, we celebrate everything. We look for things to celebrate. And Valentine's, I don't know if it's different around the region, but it's a lot of festivities. You go to parties. A lot of persons go to parties. But wherever you go, the streets are lined with red and white baskets, teddy bears, flowers, different gifts. Persons will tell you that we're not massive on Valentine's, in celebrating Valentine's, but I think different. To each his own.
True.
No gifts being given by the Jamaica Scorpions this morning, though. My good friend Jerome Foster is in the house.
Celebrating Valentine's heavily as well. Happy Valentine's to you, Jerome.
The full delivery from Gordon Bryan. Really good stop. Really good piece of fielding, limiting the batsman to only a single. Certainly stopped a boundary there. The big Carlos Brown at that backward point position. I've been told that Jerome Foster is the He's a very kind, he's a gentleman, Jerome Foster.
He believes in giving.
And I don't know if, you have anyone out there who likes sweets, but I hear that he's the girls them sugar in Jamaica. And this one is tucked off the body. No run.
Had a conversation with him in the last game and was actually a very good wicket keeper batter. I was waiting for him in the nets yesterday, but I saw him with the mic doing some interviews, so I was doing a bit of bowling in the nets, but I didn't see him come across, so I'm not sure about that again in terms of his wicket keeping ability.
I tell you what, Keswick, each time I hear that story, there's something else added to it. When I first heard it, I simply heard that Jerome Foster was a wicket keeper. Then I heard that he was a good wicket keeper. No, I'm hearing that he was a very good wicket keeper, and I'm wondering where this will go.
I'm not sure how it will end up.
We still have a few rounds left in Jamaica, so we'll see.
You probably might hear he play for Jamaica on the 19th.
Bertram Barry Barnes, who was one of the selectors with the Jamaica Scorpions team, was actually his coach at Manchester High School. And every time I see Coach Barnes, Jerome is, probably wasted his time. Very good youngster, very good lad. But the thing about it is that every time you ask Coach Barnes about a player, he's a good person.
Everybody's good in his book.
What I can say about Jerome Foster overcomes to an end, by the way. 7 for 1 is that he's a fantastic journalist. He's, not this year, but last year was Sports Journalist of the Year here in Jamaica. It's not that kind of morning, by the way.
Guess this guy don't want to hear about Jerome. He's sleeping on us.
I don't think it's maybe a long overnight. Celebrated Valentine's a little bit too much last night. But fantastic journalist Jerome Foster has had his looking at this. Kalicharan has done well despite losing Paris earlier. It's a full delivery that's dug out by Kalicharan. Brooks, and senior player in the CCC team. The longer the CCC team stays in this contest, or these two batters stay at the crease, with the sun baking down on the surface, you reckon that it will get better for batting. I say that to say, would you be opposed to maybe replacing Marquina Mindley with an Ajay Shields now?
Well, while the ball is new, you can try something new. Maybe that extra pace can work for you as a skipper. So instead of continuing with Mindley with the ball moving around and Brooks not being as comfortable as he wants to be, probably that added pace would bring a bit of complexity towards how CCC wants to approach their first innings.
It's trying to get this one driven nicely. It's timed well, and it should run close to the boundary. Will be pulled back by Nkrumah Bonner. And the batter is able to complete 3, but a good confident shot from Kalicharan. They're not saying that it is getting easy, but these batters are getting a little bit more comfortable at the crease, having weathered the early storm. And they're now 18 for the loss of 1, the CCC team, after 10 overs. And as you said, Keswick, about the pace, it could be seeing the first of Ajay Shields.
Exciting. Really want to see him operate. Heard a lot about him. So as I mentioned, Mindley is bowling well. He's hitting the right areas, he's doing the right thing for his skipper. He's not really picking up wickets, but he's just trying something different with that added pace. Brooks is not really one over the years that likes pace. Kalitran, on the other hand, still fresh to first-class cricket. What would that added pace do to him as a young player? Let's see. OJ Shields with balls in hand.
Immediately, you can see that the Scorpions slip cordon is getting excited for seeing OJ Shields. That's his first delivery of the 4-day season. Missed the first game against the Volcanoes.
Right away, can see that one just leaving Kalitran. Good take by Morris.
And they've moved Kurt McKenzie from fourth slip to a gully to a J Shields. And you can hear the ball as it thuds into the glove of Romain Morris, the wicketkeeper for the Scorpions.
It's actually doing a lot after it left the batter. So it's doing a lot more when it leave the batter. Like his run-up, really strong. Explosive as well at the crease.
Very repeatable action as well. There's a half-hearted appeal. No, I'll put this question to you, Keswick, as we look back at J Shields here.
Really good, strong action.
I put this to you. We know that OJ Shields has pace. Do you gamble with getting a short leg in to just put it in the back of the mind of the batsman to say a short delivery could be coming? It could be a bluff.
Yeah, don't get too comfortable. Know that I have pace. Do not get on your front foot too early. And there will be a little bit of fear. Fast bowlers bring fear. And as you rightly said, a short leg is being implemented.
I'm sure Jermaine Blackwood has a radio there. He spoke about OJ Shields. He's into the attack. We spoke about the short leg. No one has been put in.
Well, great minds think alike.
Fools seldom differ. And immediately goes for the short delivery. OJ Shields walks down to the batsman as well. I like the aggression from the fast bowler.
Really good, strong action. Explosive at the crease as well. The ball doing a lot more. The ball doing a lot more after it passed the batter. Morris having a little bit of difficulty there, collecting that one.
Has taken a step further back, Romain Morris, and the slip cordon. Carlos Brown at forward short leg, maybe about 3 pitches away from Kalitran, who isn't the tallest batter that you will see going around. Here's Shields again, very excited, beats him outside the off stump. Maybe again looking for that short delivery, this time back of a length, moving away from the right-hander. This is very exciting and exhilarating stuff from OJ Shields.
You always know when a fast bowler have that extra yard, that extra bit of pace that you're looking for. When the keeper can't really negotiate if he should go reverse cup, if he should take it normal. Morris having a bit of issues there in terms of how he should collect it. And the slip moves back again. So he's really working up ahead of steam here, Shields.
And here's a inside edge and into the surface. Really good work from Romain Morris, diving away to his right to stop the ball from going between himself and first slip. So a pretty quick over coming to an end there from OJ Shields. It's still 18 for the loss of 1 after 11. Now, I was going to say to you, Keswick, that is this the the shortest slip cordon that you've seen. I'm looking at the slip cordon for the Jamaica Scorpions team. And I'll start from the wicket keeper. Romaine Morris is maybe 5 feet little. There's Chadwick Walton, who is at first slip. He's the tallest of the lot.
Oh, you can
Then
skip
there's
Blackwood.
Jermaine Blackwood,
You can skip him.
who is bordering on 5 feet. I'll give him that. But Mansing isn't much better. Gordon Bryan continues this one down the leg side. Shake of the head from umpire Chris Taylor. And beside, to the right of Abijay Mansing, is Kurt McKenzie Jr. There they are. Apart from Chadwick Walton, everyone there is on the same height.
And we all know Chadwick Walton is not really a tall fella. So perhaps the shortest slip cordon you'll see in first class cricket. Skipper leading from the front.
Yes, Gordon Bryan down the leg side. And for the last 2 overs, the over from, not the previous over from O.J. Shields, but the last over from Marquina Minter that went for 2 boundaries off the bat of Shamar Brooks. And now Gordon Bryan in this over has started off with 2 wayward deliveries. I wouldn't necessarily say the crowd is streaming in, but they're coming in their 1s and 2s. But maybe now the Scorpions seam bowling unit starting to tie just a little bit. And again, down the leg side. So if you're a CCC batter, if you're in the dressing room of the CCC team, you'll be a little bit easier now. Because Gordon Bryan was looked so dangerous all morning, moving the ball away from the right-hander, getting the odd one to nip back into the right-hander, has now gone and put a couple of deliveries down the leg side.
Back on where he started. I think he's listening to you.
Back to normal programming.
But the thing with the Jamaica bowling is that they do bowl well at times, but in patches. They haven't been really consistent in terms of hitting that line and length that they should be hitting, especially at this level. So O.J. Shields bowling his first over, the last over. It's one thing to have pace, but it's another thing to have control of that pace, being able to hit that line and length. We know he has pace. Can see the ball even doing a lot more after it passed the batter. So it's a matter of controlling that. Being able to control that is another thing, which is something that I'm very impressed with Shamar Joseph. I know we're mentioning his name a lot.
Well deserved.
But what I was impressed with is the fact that he's playing in Australia, a nice bouncy surface, and he was consistently attacking the stump or working the edge of the batter. He was never at any point being all excited to bowl bumpers or short deliveries. So that's what I'm impressed with. But that's the end of the over. End of a Gordon Bryan over. Another successful over for them. Well, a good over.
So since we've had those back-to-back boundaries from Shamar Brooks, we've gone maiden over from Gordon Bryan, a maiden over from O.J. Shields to start, and then a maiden over from Gordon Bryan. So we've had 3 maiden overs since we've had those back-to-back boundaries.
This is only going to build a bit more pressure on CCC, as you see Brooks having a conversation with Kalitcher in every over, or even between balls as well. That would be his job in this setup.
Another short delivery. And here's the fine line, I think, between being able to bowl quick, getting a surface that is assisting you in terms of the bounce and the pace. it is so easy for you to get carried away. You pointed out regarding Shamar Joseph and the fact that he didn't bowl a lot of short deliveries in that spell. O'Jay Shields here has to be careful he doesn't get carried away with these short deliveries, because it does take a lot out of you as a fast bowler.
This is the sort of area that he need to hit consistently if he wants to create that opportunity for a wicket for his skipper, and then that adds short ball.
Because I believe that the short delivery should be a surprise delivery because he has the pace. You have to, I understand you putting in a short leg, you're going for the short delivery in your first over to start the second over, to say to the batsman, to have it in the back of his mind that I can bowl short and accurate. That should be 4. Wasted delivery. It's a no ball signaled by umpire Gregory Brathwaite. So it's 5 runs to the total. And again, that is what we're talking about, being carried away with the short ball because you're getting help from the surface.
That's when you start to rate a fast bowler in terms of his consistency at this level.
I remember Reynard Leverage was an army man similar to Gordon Bryan. Oh, what a ball. Right through his defense. I don't even know if Kalitcharan played a shot there. Full delivery, angled into the right-hander, and Kalitcharan has to go his leg stump cartwheeling back to wicket-keeper Romain Morris. And the second wicket goes down for the CCC team.
Beautiful sight for a fast bowler. Stumps on the ground, destroying Kalitcharan furniture. Gonna need some new one. He's gone. That's what we want to see from Shields. Being able to attack the stump, hitting those areas and create that opportunity for a wicket. The extra pace doing too much there for Kalitcharan. He's gone.
And
this bring Rambaran to the crease.
So if it is that O'Jay Shields gives us that more often, we're pleased. We're not saying that he doesn't have the ability to do that, but he's just been carried away with a short delivery. What I was going to say about Reynard Leverage was bowling here in the nets at Sabina Park. I believe it was Ian Bishop who saw him bowling in the nets and saying that this guy has real pace. He started playing for the Jamaica Scorpions team, played West Indies A, would have played West Indies A against Sri Lanka A right here at Sabina Park. The issue with Reynard Leverage was that he wasn't picking up a lot of wickets, wasn't going for a lot of runs, but wasn't picking up a lot of wickets. Was very tall, very quick, and got tremendous bounce. So what the batters did, they trust the bounce and they would allow the ball to go through to the wicket keeper. So even with that pace and that height, he wasn't necessarily a very successful bowler in regional cricket. Mind you, he had his different injury issues. But when you're able to trust the bounce of the ball and you're able to allow it to go through to the wicket keeper, then as a bowler you become almost less dangerous, less intimidating.
Speaking of leverage, I can remember we were in Sri Lanka, West Indies 18. He was down there with the 40 team. I was down there with the 1-day team. So we were playing in Dambulla. It was the last 4-day game in Dambulla. So he wasn't playing the game. So we got there as the 1-day team and we went for training. So the coach asked him to go and bowl a few deliveries for us. Came in the nets. Everything was short. The coach came around and he was like, Leverage, the guys just came off the plane. They're a bit jet lagged. Is it possible you can pitch it up for them? He turned to the coach. He said, Coach, every time I pitch it up, they're not jet lagged. Only when I'm short. Only when I'm short. So these guys are not jet lag when it's being pitched up.
No.
Only when I'm short.
Only when they're short. Great character, Reynard Leverage. Now drives trucks in the United States. And it's someone who I really wanted to see make that transition from being a net bowler to representing the national team to representing a West Indies A and eventually getting into a West Indies setup. But it just didn't happen for him. Here she is. Maybe it will happen for him. Loud appeal. He's convinced. Is the umpire convinced? No. Gregory Brathwaite says that he's angling down the leg side, but a successful over from Ajay Shields. Much better from him in this over. And at the end of it, the CCC team 23 for the loss of 2. Keswick.
Looks like it's sliding down a bit. But really good over. This is what we want to see from him. Him being able to be consistent. We know you have pace. We know you can bowl a bumper. Bumper is probably the easiest thing to bowl in cricket. What we want to see you do is hit those errors. But that story that you were just speaking about with Leverage in terms of the nets to first class cricket, then international cricket. We saw that before in Fidel Edwards, I think. So those stories are the stories that you want to hear. We have heard a lot of stories about players who were selected from the nets. Fidel Edwards is one of those players. Came on the international scene and blew and take the world by storm.
And even at his age now, still bowls pretty rapid.
Definitely. Plays masters cricket around the world. Still pretty fit as well. And that is something that I think Gordon O'Brien, who age 30, that he believes in, he knows that if he needs to play cricket for an extended period of time, probably for the next 5 years or so for Jamaica, he needs to stay fit. So he pays close attention to his fitness.
It's a loud appeal again, maybe height. And Shamar Brooks just falling over towards the offside. Gordon O'Brien has been operating from this Courtney Walsh end since the second over of the day.
That one just sliding down a bit. It must be difficult to bat a bowler that can, move it, have that inward movement and that outward movement, especially if he's consistently going down on the line of off stump, which means you have to play at every delivery.
And this one defended. Here's what I'll put to you, Keswick. In terms of a captain, if you're operating on the field with a captain, would you rather a captain that puts out a plan and sticks to it, or a captain that tends to tinker with the plan every now and again? And here's why I ask. Since his first delivery, Gordon Bryan has been operating with 4 slip backward point, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. The full delivery, push to mid-on, no run. He's now in his 7th over, and the field is the same. As a captain, does Jermaine Blackwood look to maybe take out one of the slip, maybe put him in a short cover position? Do you go and tinker around with the field to get the batters to start to think that you're going to do something different?
I think he's listening to you.
I need to stop talking.
Yeah, he just removed Kurt McKenzie, who was at gully. Now bringing him to short mid-wicket.
Which now means that Gordon Brand would probably be operating a little bit straighter now.
Definitely come straighter. Making him play even more. What happened the first couple of overs or so, Gardner was really just predominantly bowling those out swingers. Now he's getting into strides. Now he's getting into his bowling. He started to get that one that's shaping back, which is good. So he's trying to tell Brooks, look, I'm just not going out. I can come in as well. Which we see the implementation of the guy at mid-wicket now. But it's the end of the over. Another good over by Gordon Bryan, which takes us to some drinks so that the guys could refresh and come back. So first hour of play today in the second round of the 4-day championship here. Jamaica versus the CCC.
All right, so the first hour has flown by, and the Jamaica Scorpions having the advantage, having the ascendancy. They've managed to pick up 2 wickets, conceding 23 runs in the first 14 overs. All in all, that's a good start to any day's play. O'Jay Shields has looked rapid in the 2 overs that he's bowled so far. And he will continue from the Michael Holding end and be bowling to Rambaran, who is yet to get off the mark. 3 slips in place, gully, backward point, a short whitish mid-off, mid-on, a forward short leg, as this one is down the leg side and the wicketkeeper can't deal with it. It will run close to the boundary. I don't think it will have the legs to get there. as Gordon Bryan comes around from that fine leg position to cut it off by signal by umpire Gregory Brathwaite. And a good time to say good morning to my very good friend Jerome Foster in his red.
Well, good morning to you and the viewers. It's an indirect representation. It's not really representation of Valentine.
I'm trying to understand. It's a Manchester United jersey. Manchester United not playing in the Champions League. I see we're getting some thumbs up from our technical operator. No longer in the Champions League this season. So, oh, that's a short delivery. No ball signaled by umpire Gregory Brathwaite. And I reckon that the physio could very much be called in here to just do his concussion test.
Yeah, that was too quick for Rambaran. Couldn't get out of the way in time.
Oof.
Ball just steeped off a length. He looks as if he's okay. But O.J. Shields is really working up ahead of steam here. He has pushed back the batters since his initial over. He has already taken a wicket. But Rambaran has to look out for that quick, full delivery. It's almost a secret weapon from Shields. He pushes the batsman back and then has that good length delivery that shapes back towards the stumps, similar to how Kalicharan was bowled earlier.
Does he go with the short delivery? Oh, nicely played. Off the front foot, showing no ill effects of that hit on the body. Rambaram has a full delivery from O.J. Shields outside the line of the off stump. Didn't even pitch and just leant into it. And as long as it got past Nkrumah Bonner at that short, wideish mid-off position, it would be four.
And that should give him some confidence. A bad delivery from Shields, overreaching for that full delivery, and easy pickings for Rambaran, who, as you said, hasn't looked the most comfortable since his arrival at the crease, especially against Shields. But that should give him a word of confidence, seeing that he was able to come forward and pick a gap despite the ball being a bad delivery.
So Jermaine Blackwood now taking out a slip and putting him into a leg slip position. So it will be two slips, a leg slip, gully, backward point, short mid-off. There's no mid-on, forward short leg, and a square leg. As this one beats the batsman outside the off stump, but another no-ball signal. So Shields maybe pushing for that extra pace and overstepping.
Yeah, he's trying too hard here. He's already working up ahead of steam. It's as if he's trying to bulldoze his way through the CCC batting order. Knows he has the pace, but he has to be a little bit calmer and stick to the basics. Yesterday he spent a lot of time actually in warm-up trying to get his run-up right. He had a long session prior to the next session with the coach, Andrew Richardson, and he was bowling a couple of no balls as well in that time, so they were getting everything right. It's a little bit disappointing that he has been bowling so many no balls today.
And it's a short delivery, and Ramperam looking to uppercut that one down to a third-man position, beaten for pace. Our good friend Keswick Williams would probably be in a very good position to have a word with O.J. Shields in, how do you get those no balls out of your game. Would have had his spills or spill. He was helped through.
He had a serious no ball problem. Not just one season, but for a consistent basis. But he had it covered over a period of time. But Shields probably needs to take a couple of steps back.
And this one is well played. Just
deliveries to come. But Shields probably needs to pull his run up back a little bit. He's charging in. He's in a hurry to get to the crease. By the way, today is his birthday. Yesterday that he would be playing on his birthday. So probably a little bit over anxious to excel on his birthday.
It's a lovely drive in front of a point, and that will run away in front of the Kingston Cricket Club for 4. Ramperam doesn't care if it's his birthday, it's Valentine's Day, or it's Ash Wednesday. He will take that opportunity once it's presented to him.
Yeah, that was a gift. It was full floating half volley outside the off stump. And that's easy for anybody to cash in on. And for you to be batting at number 4 in regional cricket, you must be able to cash in on bad deliveries. And that was a really bad delivery from O.J. Shields, who was looked a little bit wayward in this third over. Looked okay in his first over, and looked decent in his second with that wicket, but this third over has been a little bit of mixed bag, to be quite honest.
So we saw a shot there of the top of the cathedral behind the George Headley stand. Should be filled to capacity at the Ash Wednesday, the start of length. I did ask Keswick Williams what he was giving up for length. And he said that I don't remember what he said. He was maybe giving his words of advice. What are you giving up?
For length?
For length, yes.
Or for length or for length?
Probably both.
I think I'm giving up red meat, actually.
But not red shirts.
No. But my length probably starts tomorrow. Not today.
Not today.
Yeah.
I don't think any of us saw this coming. Jermaine Blackwood has ball in hand. No, I'm wondering what it is that Jermaine Blackwood would bowl. I remember him bowling off spin. I remember him bowling medium pace.
Well, he bowled medium pace in the first game for a couple of overs on the first day. Probably just an over to see if Shields just switch around the ends for Shields and Gordon Bryan. Or it could be Marquino Minley coming back from that day. Michael holding end. Be a real surprise if Blackwood bowls a prolonged spell.
Starts with a full delivery wide outside the off stump. I can think of several other bowlers that I would think could be used. But who knows? Jermaine Blackwood could maybe sneak a wicket here.
Well, Minley was off the field for a couple of overs. Not sure why. But it's still a little bit strange to see Blackwood bowling, given that Gordon Bryan has bowled so well this morning.
A good length delivery, Jermaine Blackwood. If he was a little bit taller, it would be intimidating. Running down towards the batter. Does everything in a hurry, Jermaine Blackwood. You just look at him walking back to his mark, striding back to his mark.
It gives you the impression that he's a very fit person, though. Fit athlete is Blackwood.
I don't know why you use the word impression. Here's Blackwood continues. And a nice carry through to wicketkeeper Romain Morris. If he continues to bowl like this, he might, who knows, he might bowl 2, 3, 4 overs on a trot here.
And this is probably the length and the areas that the Scorpions bowlers should have bowled this morning very much earlier, because I thought they were too full at times, almost as if they thought the CCC batters were going to just give them shots and give their hands away.
It's a full toss. That's punch. That's dead straight. And even middle stump is uprooted at the opposite end.
And hence you saw so many drives through the offside. A couple from Shamar Brooks off an over from Marquino Minley. You saw the previous over with O.J. Shields. And Gordon Bryan was also culpable a couple of times. But I just thought the Scorpions bowlers could have bowled a little bit straighter and asked the batters to play more rather than leaving alone outside the off stump. Blackwood almost bowling that 3/4 length where you're not too sure if you're supposed to come forward or stay back. But it's easy for a man like Shamar Brooks, who has played at the test level, because it's not coming to you at any real pace.
So the Scorpions have only conceded 4 boundaries off the bat. If you take that no ball out of it, and the no ball didn't get to the boundary, but they've only conceded 4 boundaries. So it's not like they're conceding boundaries after boundaries. As the over comes to an end for Jermaine Blackwood, it's 35 for the loss of 2 after 16. So they're not conceding boundaries. They've had the 2 wickets.
Yeah, I agree, but I just thought that the batters were able to leave alone too many deliveries, especially in the first hour. Winning the toss and electing to field, the ball is moving around a bit. There's a touch of grass on the surface, a little bit of moisture in the wicket as well. You want to see them forward and playing, get the balls on the stumps, attacking that front pad and that 4th and 5th stump. I just thought the bowlers were bowling a little bit too wide in terms of sticking to having the players nicking off to one of the slip men or one of the men in the cordon, rather than attacking the stumps and forcing that edge to go to the cordon.
So it's not about switching ends because O'J Shields will continue from that Michael Holding end. The Jermaine Blackwood probably thinking about giving Gordon Bryan a rest. Marquino Mindler wasn't available. What will Shields present? A short delivery. They're appealing for caught. I don't think it came off glove. That sounds like it pinged off the helmet, and that's the second time that Rambaram has been hit by O'J Shields.
Yeah. Took his eyes off the ball there, Rambaran. Literally did. Straight onto the helmet.
That almost hit the badge.
Flush into the helmet. And now you see him getting some aid from the physiotherapist. He looks as if he's okay, he's smiling. But it's the second time he's caught almost in a tailspin to Shields.
I tell you what, that's a nervous smile. That's not genuine.
And he's rubbing it. It's a flush blow on his head. It's not easy. And it's never nice as well because it comes at upwards of 80 miles per hour.
No, I tell you a little story. I had a very short career in cricket. Playing the 2-day Senior Cup competition here in Jamaica. I was playing against Kensington Cricket Club at Kensington Cricket Club. And Nicholson Gordon bowled a short delivery and I went for the pull shot. Pinged off my helmet.
No surprises.
And everyone, including my very good friend Cassius Burton, was asking if I was good. And I said, I'm okay, I'm okay. And I was about to face the next delivery. And I just still wasn't comfortable. And they said, you know, just allow yourself to recover. When I took off the helmet, Jerome, I kid you not, I had a bump as big as my fist. Helmet couldn't go back on. I had to come off the field. And I was out for the rest of the day.
And that was before the concussion protocols.
And that was before Nicholson Gordon was bowling quick.
Yeah. It's never easy and it's never nice to be hit on the head because you're getting the full effect. Even though you have on the helmet, you're feeling the ricochet, the movement of the head, and the iron onto your head as well. But he looks as if he's okay, Rambaran. Needs to keep his eyes on the ball though.
What's the follow-up delivery here? Does he go short again? Does he go full?
I would go short again.
Spoken like a true wicket keeper.
Yeah. Push him back some more.
And let's see what will happen here. A full delivery and beats him outside the line of the off stump. Late on that delivery was Rambaram.
Not a bad ploy to go full. He was late on it, Rambaran. And obviously, all the weight was on the back foot because of the previous delivery. So he's afraid to come forward now, and it's because he was coming forward too early. He was not able to get himself out of the way of the short deliveries. And now he's conscious that Shields is bowling quick enough to hit him on the body or in the head. So he's making that concerted effort to stay back a touch later.
Beats him outside the off stump this time. This is one of the times that as a batsman, as a batter, you're hoping to get a single, even if it is a leg by.
I agree. I don't think Shamar Brooks has faced a delivery from Shields this morning.
Shamar Brooks is maybe walking down to Rambaran and saying, stay there, only a few deliveries to come. You've weathered the storm. Just bat him out. As Keswick says, baton. Some of the most annoying words I've heard in cricket. You're under pressure. Clearly the bowler has your number. You can't get baton to ball. You go down to your partner, you meet mid-pitch, you're saying to him, I'm really struggling here. And he looks at you, and just as he's about to walk away, pumps his fist and says, baton.
Great encouragement, isn't it? It's always better to be at the non-striker's end, by the way. It's safer, and you're preserving your wicket.
And this one gets a thick edge, but bounces before getting to Mansing at gully. That probably sums up why you stopped playing cricket at high school.
Stayed at the non-striker's end. But Shields has been better in this over. He has been a little bit straighter. One delivery that swung late, that was collected in front of first slip. But everything else has asked a question of Rambaran.
Has to see out this one though. And a full delivery that's nicely punched. Real confident drive down the ground. It's well timed and will run away to the boundary of a 4. So an eventful over was struck on the head, beaten outside the line of the off stump. With the final delivery nicely driven down the ground for 4.
And it was just a firm push by Rambaran. He didn't throw his hands at the ball, let the ball come to him, and then just use timing and got it in the gap. A long chase for Bonner. But 4 more runs to the CCC, who are now 39-4-2. And Shatrughan Rambaran should be feeling a little bit more confident after being hit on the head by O.J. Shields. That's his 3rd boundary in this innings.
Now we're saying over to you, Shamar Brooks. And if you're Shamar Brooks, you'd want to bat at this end as long as Jermaine Blackwood is bowling. I would really like to see how O.J. Shields would operate against Shamar Brooks. He's taller than Ramparam, more experienced, has played at the highest level. I reckon it would be a really good contest between these two. Blackwood to continue though. And Brooks, maybe the lack of pace that time, was looking to drive through the cover region and just dragged it, came off the inner portion of the bat and onto the onside.
Had a half century in the previous game, Shamar Brooks. Was not selected for the Barbados 13-member squad initially, which was a surprise to some.
Push to mid-on. No, I'm not opposed to a couple overs ago when Gordon Bryant's last over to Shamar Brooks. Jermaine Blackwood took out the 4th slip and had him in that short, straight, mid-wicket position. I'm not opposed to it because Shamar Brooks generally plays around his front pad from time to time. And he actually had a delivery from Gordon Bryant that was popped back down the ground. And working out a plan with your bowlers. How do we get the next wicket? Because as a new captain, Jermaine Blackwood has to identify these different periods in the game. You've gotten a few early wickets. How do you now manage your fast bowlers, which is one? And the other part of it, how do you now keep that pressure on the opposition? Because at 40 for 2, the CCC team manages to bat through this spell, through this period, and gets to lunch at, let's say, 60 for 2. You think that they would be a little bit more comfortable coming out in that second session?
When the sun has actually baked on the wicket a little bit. But it's never ideal for you to win the toss as a captain and has to be turning to a part-timer in the first session. It would suggest that the bowlers are not carrying out the instructions that you have asked them to do.
Looks as if it will be the short ball ploy for Jay Shields, but he has to be careful. There's no third man. He's being short outside the off stump. Any bat on the ball, the pace of Shields' third man is maybe irrelevant. So square leg has gone to a deep square. Fine leg is coming around. The man at leg slip is going towards forward square or maybe mid-wicket. That's Chadwick Walton, his outer shot. So he's going to mid-wicket. So there's a forward short leg, 3 pitches away, deep backward square. There's a fine leg in place. And the double bluff as Shamar Brooks keeps this one out.
I'm a little bit surprised that this ploy is being employed so early in the innings. Only 11 runs for Brooks.
Are really close friends. This could be a case of a bit of banter in the dressing room before the game. And that will kind of put Brooks in a mood whereby he would be a bit more careful to Blackwood. Don't want to present an opportunity for him to get him out, because that would be bragging rights. Yeah. So we sort of put him in a mood whereby he don't want to play too much shot off Blackwood, because losing his wicket to Jermaine Blackwood, that would be a talk for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
So I guess it's a tactic that he's using, but at the end of the day, you still want to see your premier fast bowlers use the little bit of moisture that the wicket has and see if they can create an early in roll for you. So far, so good from Blackwood. Not that he would trouble the batters with his pace, but the pace of O.J. Shields. A while ago, Ronaldo was asking you how long you think you should bowl O.J. Shields. And I'm thinking a 5-over spell. Not too long, just coming back from injury. So you don't want to overuse him too much, because it's a long season.
That's the end of the over. The 20th, it's 42 for 2. A wild whoosh there from Rambaran, and luckily it didn't take the edge. I just get the impression, and as you see, he's not going to continue. Gordon Bryan is going to pick up from that, the Michael Holding end. Were you impressed by his first burst from Shields, or you thought he could have been a little bit better in terms of what he presented?
First thing I would say, I'm pleased with his pace and what I've seen. Still think he needs to be a bit more focused in terms of his control, the line and length that he needs to hit more consistently if he needs to take wicket at this level. Still think he get a little bit carried away in terms of using his bumpers. Still think he needs to work the edge a little bit more. But the good thing about it is that he has pace, and he can always work with players when they have pace. It's hard to add pace, but it's very easy to try to get a bowler to be in control of what he's doing with the ball. So the good thing about him is that he has pace. You just need to add that little bit.
Well, Gordon Bryan, he's not short on pace, but he does move it around a lot more than Shields. He's back. And as you saw that one, it wobbles through to the wicket keeper. Almost swung in the air and off the surface to Shamar Brooks, who I think this is going to be a little bit more difficult for him, especially with the off-cutters to him.
Well, the good thing about Gordon is that he makes you play every delivery, because he usually comes down on the line of off stump or fourth stump, and he moves it in and out.
Too short though.
So he will always make you play. So that's the good thing about Gordon.
He has bowled, 7.2 overs, 1 for 10. I just thought he could have been a little fuller to the batters. Not as full as Minley, but just have them on the front foot a little bit more, similar to what happened with Shakir Paris. But here at Sabina Park, as a batter, you can also leave the deliveries on a length. And he steers that one down to third man. It should get towards the boundary. It heads there now. Another boundary for Shamar Brooks. Takes him up to 17. And with soft hands, opened the blade and guided it through the vacant area for 4 more runs.
Carlos Brown doing chase. Realize that he's not much of a sprinter. Not something that you would really, you know, mention here in Jamaica, not being a sprinter. Coming from Jamaica, to me it looks like everybody here is fast.
Except me. Brad, yeah.
Yeah, we know that. But yeah, it's since the first innings in the last game against Windward Island, Gordon started at that end. And he wasn't doing too well at that end, and he changed over and started to bowl from the Courtney Walsh end, where he picked up his wicket, and he was really consistent in terms of his line. This is the second game, and he's back at the Malcolm Marshall end.
Well, Michael Holding.
Sorry,
It's too much M's. Too many M's.
You know what?
Too many M's. They're
So-
still
so-
as they're still as good, but they're just different countries.
So you remember the last game?
Yeah,
I was always saying Malcolm Marshall.
yeah.
I don't know. His name is, I don't know, it's glued to my memory. I've been saying that even the last game.
Great fast bowler he is.
The thing is, we have so much good fast bowlers here, or had so much good fast bowlers here. We have Malcolm Marshall, Michael Holden, Andy Roberts, Courtney Walsh, Courtney Ambrose, and the list goes on.
And
Patrick
on.
Patterson.
Yeah.
I think Kima Roach would be mentioned as well. Doing some good work for West Indies in the Test arena.
Now you have emerging fast bowlers. And you see a cadre of fast bowlers now. Jaden Seals doing well for the Red Force today. They have reduced the West Indies Academy to 89 for 6. Teddy Bishop has 57 out of that 89 for the Windies Academy.
Just coming back from the Australia tour.
2 straight from Blackwood. That's going to be easy runs for Rambaran. Only 1. And over at Kensington Cricket Club, which is not really a stone's throw away, but you can walk to Kensington from here if you're willing.
Are you willing?
if you're willing. Well, it was 34 for 4. Barbados Pride against your franchise, Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Not sure about the your franchise. Franchise from the Windward Island. I'll correct you.
Not a part
So
owner.
happened that I'm from the Windward Island. So it's a franchise that is based in the Windward Island where I'm from. Don't have anything to do with it. New CU as well in Wimel Currency out of St. Vincent.
Played so many matches for Windward Islands in his time.
Played for CCC,
And CCC as well. Yeah.
I can actually name about 10 players who played most of their first class career for CCC, made it onto the West Indies team, and did pretty well in their time at the international level.
You also made your,
I played
well, not made your, but played a lot of games for CCC.
I played a lot of first class cricket, ballistic cricket. When I say a lot, I played most of my regional cricket with the CCC. Can list a few names that played for CCC a lot more than probably they played for their region.
Yeah.
Chadwick Walton, Omar Phillips, Sunil Ambrose, Robman Powell, Raymond Reefer, Kyle Mears, Carlos Brathwaite, Jason Holder, just to name a few. All these guys played most of their cricket first for CCC and then move on to their regional teams. Also, 3 captains as well. Robman Powell, Carlos Brathwaite,
Jason
and
Holder.
Jason Holder.
Yeah. not a maiden over. A 1 run conceded from that over from Jermaine Blackwood. 4 overs bowled, only 2 runs conceded though. But the CCC, they're comfortable at this stage, despite losing 2 wickets earlier in the morning. They're 47 for 2. You can prolong with your list.
Yeah, so just those names for now. There's still a lot more. Also, CCC made their 4-day debut in Caribbean Cup in January 2008. They finished their main season with 1 win from 6 games. So when they just entered into the first class arena, they weren't such a good team. They were still learning. But one thing I like with the CCC is that they produce student athletes. Never stop learning. And I like the CCC because, as I mentioned the last game, they sort of bridge that gap. Because a lot of guys that play for West Indies on the 19 or even for Jamaica on the 19, Windward Island, Trinidad, Barbados on the 19, it takes them some time to get on to their regional teams. So CCC and West Indies Academy sort of bridge that gap. So if they can't get on to their regional teams, they can play for the West Indies Academy and the CCC. OJ Shields played for the CCC. Abhijay Mansingh plays for CCC.
Romaine Morris as well.
Romaine Morris played for CCC. Chadwick Walton, who's on the field there, played for CCC.
That one went right through Rambaran. Was late to get the bat down there. And just the movement from Brian almost knocked the off pole out.
He sort of always leave you on the edge of your seat whenever he's bowling. Because he always make every delivery sort of an event.
Yeah.
Especially when he gets it right. Swings the ball a great deal.
Been miserly, Gordon Bryan. And even from the first game as well. And you spoke to the coach yesterday, Andrew Richardson, that's Javon Buchanan, part of the provisional squad. Plays here at Kingston, went to UWI. And he said that on the first day, he felt as if the bowlers were trying to get a wicket every ball. And as you were saying throughout that period, was as if there was no plan.
It's all about being patient.
It's too straight and it's worked away, backward of square. Bonner is fine leg, but the ball goes towards long leg. He has to move around to his left. And 2 runs added to the total is 49 for 2. And this morning's phase, you saw that there was a plan, but it was almost as if the bowlers were overcompensating to that plan. So the plan was obviously to be patient, use the ball, use the conditions, but they were just bowling far too wide for my liking. So Brooks and Kalicharan, for a large portion of his innings, was able to show their arms.
The thing about 4-day cricket and even test cricket is about being aware of the situation. Being able to understand where you're at. So first of all, you be aware of the situation to win those hours. And as long as you can win those hours, you start thinking about winning sessions. And then after you win sessions in day's play, you start thinking about, did I win the day's play?
Yeah.
That's how you go about winning 40 games or even test cricket. As you see the end of the over there, end of another Gordon Bryan over. The score is 49 for 2, which brings back the skipper, Jermaine Blackwood.
Don't think he signed up for this morning when he won the toss. That he has to bowl so many overs before launch. Would have been banking on his front three.
Well, I think there must be a reason behind of him bowling so much overs.
Yeah.
Don't think he will bowl probably more than 5. But there must be a reason behind of him bowling so much overs. As I said, we won't be really privy to such information being here sitting.
That's
But surely after this first session this morning, we obviously will get information as to why he bowled so much overs this morning, because we were probably expecting a different situation whereby the fast bowlers really operate and try to get more wickets for him. But as a skipper, you can do what you want, and I think that he's not really bowling a bad spell either.
no.
So,
He's been a touch full, but not many runs have been scored off him.
well, he's putting up a good case.
Yeah.
Looking like he's on the second day already with the color of his uniform.
Yeah. And he's moving the ball both ways, actually. He's not really doing it at a big or a massive degree, but you can see it.
Well, I'm telling you, this is all about bragging rights here. Shamar Brooks would not be lured into this plan that skipper Black would have.
10 more
Try
minutes to launch, actually. Yeah.
Try to keep him out as much as possible. Not giving him that opportunity to take a wicket.
But it's a good test of his patience as well. 62 deliveries faced now, Brooks. Only 17 runs scored. At this level, you'd probably expect him to be scoring at a faster rate. But he's adjusting to the conditions and playing the situation as well.
Well, it's all about awareness.
Yeah.
Being aware of the situation. He lost 2 wickets already this morning. Knowing that you're the senior batter. And the batters really have to batter wrong you, per se. After Rambaran, there's Jonathan Carter, who is a skipper. So he sort of has to just take his time, be aware of the situation, and play to what's in front of him, as we see Pete Salmon, sorry. I like Morris though. Pete Salmon being introduced.
He's the main off spinner in the team. That has been an area of concern for the Scorpions coaching staff for the last 4 to 5 years. Trying to find that off spinner who can be on par with the others around the region, similar to Shem Holder of Barbados and Brian Charles of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, who have continuously taken wickets in the 4-day competition. Kenneth Demba from Volcanoes, and we all know Raheem Cornwall has been the leading light as an off spinner in regional cricket, not just for the last 5 years, probably for the last decade.
Brian Charles out of Trinidad.
Yeah. Kevin Sinclair has popped onto the scene, but Veerasamy Pramal and Gudakesh Moti they have been the dominant force for the Harpy Eagles of Guyana. That one is flying down to leg slip. That's a chance. I don't think Walter was ready for it. It got to him pretty quickly.
Immediately. Showing some class. A little bit late on that one, Walter. And I think he's a bit too close as well.
I was just about to say that. That ball has to come to him off a lob for him to take it. He's way too close.
Good start from Pete.
And remember that Shem Holder of Barbados took 5 wickets against the CCC in the second innings to roll them over. So off spin has not been their best friend either. So it could be that the Scorpions are playing the numbers, which has been a critical part of cricket now.
Well, Pete Pete Salmon has been the shining light, really and truly, for the Jamaica Scorpions in the last game in terms of his bowling and batting as well. So that's one positive that we mentioned in the last game that they can take into this game. First delivery in this game, presenting an opportunity for a wicket. Chadwick Walton getting across a bit too late. I think he's someone that's really consistent in terms of his line and length. He works his fields, and whenever he gets hit wherever he wants to get hit, finishing that over.
And the 50 comes up for the CCC. It has taken some time. 150 balls to get there.
Good start to the Pete Salmon over. Just one run.
Eventful over as well. There was a chance, and then there was a miscued drive to mid-off from Rambaran, who has been, well, his stay has been eventful. He has 36 deliveries. Hit on the head twice, a couple of drives through the offside, drop chance. He's facing Blackwood now. A stifled appeal there. That ball was never hitting the stump.
Definitely going down. Good decision.
And I wonder if Blackwood's ploy as well is probably to aid with the over rate. None of the days in the first game here at Sabina Park had 90 overs.
The good thing about it is that he's not doing a bad job here for his team, leading from the front, hitting those areas that probably he's asking his bowlers to hit.
Straight again.
Comfortably is.
Yeah. But what do you make of the approach of CCC this morning, by the way, Kez, in terms of the batting? Not many risks taken. You didn't see a shot in anger, to be quite honest, except that pull attempt from Shamar Brooks. He clearly missed it. That was the only aggressive stroke I can recall.
I'll tell you what, they have been playing that patient game. But I think the wickets that they lost are good deliveries. Gone giving Paris a peach. Extra pace from OJ Shields doing a bit too much for Kalitcharan. So both wickets that the CCC lost this morning are really good deliveries. They haven't really been out of sort in terms of their shot making. But I'm not going to take anything away from the Scorpion bowlers. Minley started pretty well. They were just a touch, just a bit too wide, as you mentioned. But Minley started well. Gordon started well. Probably think just one over or so where he went down the leg side for a few deliveries, but he start back hitting his line again. Yeah, as we see the end of the Blackwood over. Another good over. So that's 6 overs now for skipper Blackwood. 2 runs so far.
Now that's another maiden over for him. It's 4th maiden over in that 6.
Well, he's batting at number 5.
Has enough time to rest
as well. So I guess he's trying to say I'm an all-rounder. So don't count me out.
And this is not something new to him, by the way. Did a lot of bowling in his amateur days of cricket. Now at a professional level, with high school and club cricket bowled a lot of overs, Jermaine Blackwood. But at that time, he was bowling off spin under the guidance of Andre Coley from Homewood Technical. But once he got into the Jamaica team, it's as if that was no more. More had to do with his batting. Also played under 19 cricket for the West Indies, Blackwood.
Pete operating well there for his skipper. Brings me back to the last game when we were having that discussion in regards to Kenneth Denver coming from a wrong. And we see today the first delivery for Pete, pitching off stump, spinning in, taking the edge of Rambaran, well, the inside edge of Rambaran's bat to Chadwick Walton at leg slip. Exactly what I was trying to mention in terms of having a short leg and a leg slip off spinner operating with the ball spinning.
Attacking both edges.
Attacking both. Not saying that coming from a wrong is useless. Or not saying it doesn't make much sense.
And
but you would pick up a wicket easier coming from over the wicket with the ball spinning into the right-hander.
Yeah, that's lunch on day one here at Sabina Park in this West Indies Championship 4-day match between the CCC and the Jamaica Scorpions. Shakir Paris, he was the first man dismissed today. And that was followed by Kirsten Kalicharan for 4. But Shamar Brooks 17 and Shatrugan Rambaran 16 have taken the CCC to 50 for 2 after they were sent into bat. And you'd probably say an even session, given that the conditions suited fast bowling. I don't think the Scorpions would be too disappointed, but I think they would have wanted a couple more wickets, especially after inserting the opposition. But that is lunch here at Sabina Park. The wickets going to Gordon Bryant and O.J. Shields. And after about a half an hour break or so, you'll be back here with us at Sabina Park as the umpires Chris Taylor and Gregory Brathwaite make their way off the field.
All right, so welcome back to Sabina Park for this, the second round. The match between the Jamaica Scorpions and the combined campuses and colleges. And the CCC team, they were asked to bat first, and they went into the lunchtime interval at 50 for the loss of 2. So they will resume with Rambaram on 16 and Shamar Brooks on 17 from 69 deliveries. And the CCC team just looking to continue on where they left off in that first session. They weathered the early storm, some quick pace from Ajay Shields, who has replaced Derval Green in this team. Now, Ajay Shields, by the way, will have ball in hand to start things off in this second session from the Courtney Walsh end. With me is Keswick Williams. And Ajay Shields will be operating with a solitaire slip. There is gully, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on. There's a forward square and a band at fine leg. Bowled really quick in the morning session, Keswick Williams, and picked up that 1 wicket of Kalitcharan. And Shields gets things going and immediately pace up. And this one going through to the wicket keeper, delivered to Ramparan. And there is no run to start. Keswick, where does the Scorpions go from here?
It's just a matter of them just being patient, being aware of the situation, being able to win hours, being aware of the situation, being able to win hours, and then moving on to win sessions, and then trying to win the day's play. That's the manner in which they would want to operate to try to get them to win this game. But in order to do that, they have to try to improve on their bowling and be better than what they did in the last game. So the last game, it was a bit of on and off for their bowling department. Oja Shields into there for Derval Green. So we're seeing a bit of, see that extra pace from Shields.
And this one is flicked and he's gone. Was looking to work it onto the onside, got a leading edge, and it looped to Gordon Bryan at cover. And Ajay Shields takes his second. The Scorpions get their third. And the CCC, a horrible start to the second session, as Rambaram has to walk back inside the first over after the interval.
That's what that extra pace does. Taking the leading edge, closing the bat face a bit too early, Rambaran. And that's what I'm talking about. Shields into the attack just after lunch. That extra pace, just a bit too much for Rambaran. Sad to see him go. He's gone for 16. In comes Carter, the skipper, the senior talisman in this team. And he's joining now with Shamar Brooks.
I would love to have another look at it, because it was a delivery roundabout mid and off, and was looking to work it onto the onside. Here it is, Ajay Shields, 21 in his back. Full delivery, was on the line of the leg stump, and was just looking to work it into the onside and got the leading edge and looped to Gordon Bryan at cover. Might have served him better trying to play that with a straight bat down the ground, as opposed to trying to work it into the onside.
So this is a thing that I'm looking at here, is the fact that he's falling over. So the fact that he's falling over, he's going towards the offside. Ball on the line of leg stump. Opening up that face a bit too early. Sorry, closing the face a bit too early. Presents the edge of the bat. Hitting it straight to the man at cover.
So Shields will be over the wicket to the left-handed Jonathan Carter. And immediately starts with a short delivery. Carter just dropping the hands. Probably came off the glove down towards a short fine leg position and no run.
This is what the extra pace can do for you. Falling over a bit too early.
And it also has to do with the movement. Away again, a delivery angled in towards the right-hander. Hence the reason he was looking to flick that, work that into the onside. But the movement of the ball to carry it across his body, and as you rightfully said, close the bat face too early. And it led to the leading edge. It's too wide to allow the batsman to play now. O.J. Shields
Some good heat here from Shields.
has 2 for 17.
I'm pretty sure that the coach would be pretty happy with him coming into the team. Just 5 overs, picking up 2 wickets already. I still think he can be a bit better in terms of his line and length with that pace. But so far, so good. 5 overs, 2 wickets, 17 runs.
And for the CCC team, as the over comes to an end, a successful one. It's a wicket made for O.J. Shields to start after lunch. It's 50 for the loss of 3. If you're the CCC team and you're in a spot of bother, given your lineup, you wouldn't mind having Jonathan Carter and Shamar Brooks at the crease with the experience.
Definitely. But it's the reason why they're there. Knowing they lost 3 wickets already, just 50 runs. But if you're going to need some rebuilding, who is fitting more than these 2 batters who are at the crease now? Chadwick Walton. Obviously know these 2 guys pretty well, so there will be a lot of chirping out there from Chadwick Walton, Jonathan Carter, Shamar Brooks, Bonner would be in that chatting as well. They have played for a number of years together at the West Indies level, at the regional level.
So Pete Salmon to continue, and welcome Pete Salmon. Just a nice flick off the wrist from Shamar Brooks, and the ball races into the boundary for 4. So not the greatest start for Pete Salmon, but a very good start for Shamar Brooks after lunch.
It's a bit too full from Pete. First ball after lunch, a little bit loose. Shamar Brooks, with all the experience, a bit too full again, using every sort of experience that he has acquired over the years. Just prancing on that one over to the fielder at mid-on. Easily punched.
And here's the situation now, Keswick. So back-to-back boundaries, not for the first time. This is actually the second time in the innings that Shamar Brooks has gotten back-to-back boundaries. Got back-to-back boundaries against Marquina Mindley through the offside. This time, back-to-back boundaries off Pete Salmon in the onside. And it has prompted Jermaine Blackwood to push that man from mid-on to long on. I don't necessarily like the idea. I understand the thinking that having been hit there, that now you're saying that you don't want him to be hit there again. But it's not like it was good deliveries hit for a boundary. There were bad deliveries from Pete Salmon.
Well, it's something that's, I must say, Snell Ambrose did pretty well against them in the last game. He came in. As we take a look at this again.
This is interesting because they're appealing for a caught. They're saying that it came off the boot of Shamar Brooks. Was off the under edge onto the boot. And then an opportunity for Carlos Brown at forward short leg. This time no shot offered.
So as I was saying in the last game against the Windward Islands, Sunil Ambrose came in. Field was up. over the heads of the fielders a couple times, and immediately he sent them back. And then he started playing it along the ground for once. So that sort of set the mood for him, getting those easy singles. But that's the end of the over. End of a Pete Salmon over, which brings OJ Shields back on strike. It's 58 for 3.
And so after the wicket maiden to start things off in the second session, 8 runs from the previous over. So OJ Shields now has to bring it back. And you also look at Shamar Brooks and the experience that Shamar Brooks has. Are they looking to say that we probably won't score freely from OJ Shields? So Pete Salmon now becomes the release point, because you can't afford to be bogged down from both ends. No ball as Jonathan Carter was beaten comprehensively outside the off stump. Not for the first time that we're seeing OJ Shields over the line. Has to get that right, OJ Shields, because these extra deliveries will take a toll eventually on the body. Those are extra deliveries that you don't have to bowl.
Coming back from injury as well.
Not sure what I make of him operating from over the wicket. As Jonathan Carter looking to play this one on the up. Not convincing, no run.
As I mentioned earlier, he would be used, I think, in short spells for his skipper. Short 5-over spells, knowing that he's just coming back from an injury. But so far, so good. He looks fit. He looks like a player that takes care of himself. Hits the gym regular. Knowing what it takes to be a fast bowler. Don't want to be wasting so much deliveries.
Wide signal by umpire Chris Taylor. So he has had a no ball and he has had a wide in this over. And also being told no, 1 over the shoulder for the over. And we spoke about Chadwick Walton chirping at the batsman. Wasn't chirping when Pete Salmon was introduced initially, because it was a sharp opportunity at leg slip that he put down, should have taken.
Funny enough, I had a conversation with him at lunch. Pete Salmon was in that conversation as well. Mentioned that he was the one that asked Pete to go to leg slip. But he still wasn't ready.
It was probably looking for somewhere to hide.
Thought he could have done better. He's a pretty good fielder, I would say that. I've seen him take some brilliant catches over his career.
Do we say former wicket keeper now?
I should think so. That one. Jab back sharply there at Jonathan Carter.
So I would think the thinking here from the Jamaica Scorpions team and Captain Jermaine Blackwood is for OJ Shields to, from over the wicket to the left-handed Jonathan Carter, who is a little bit winded here, to push the ball across the left-hander towards that slip cordon, and then to have, just like that delivery, the one that comes back.
So it's something similar to the conversation that we were having the last game against the Windward Island in regards to Gordon Bryan, myself and Foster. If you see me back the ball to the left-hander, it's always a plus. Because if you can come over the wicket and have that ball going across, but then you have that one that shapes back, you sort of have him playing at every delivery. That way you can work the edge. You can attack the off stump. So he has to play at every delivery. And with his pace, if he can get that control right, he'll be in business. But another no ball from Shields, that's something that he needs to look at. Don't want to get a wicket by a no ball.
A second one in this over to go along with the wide. And as you spoke about the line of the delivery from OJ Shields to Jonathan Carter, the length is also important because you're looking, the deliveries that is going across the left-hander, you would want it to be back of a length to induce that edge. But the one coming back into the left-hander, you'd look to bowl it a little bit fuller for him to go for that drive, maybe gets an inside edge onto the stumps, leg before wicket or bowled. And there is a full delivery that Carter pushes to cover for no run. So it's just working out what are my best options against each batter. How do I set up a batter for an LBW or a bold? So it's these thinking and also working in conjunction with the captain so you can put a plan in place and try to execute that plan as best as possible. This one hits high in the back. Well played by Jonathan Carter. And the lengthy over from OJ Shields comes to an end. At the end of it, it's 61 for the loss of 3.
51 for the loss of 3 wickets.
So it's something that the coach Richardson needs to pay attention to.
The score is 61.
The no balls.
61 for 3.
And being able to have control of what you want to bowl. He has pace, but I think he still need to pay attention to his control, which is very important. That will make a big difference in his bowling. Because he does seem around the ball. What will be important is to see how he used the old ball. Because that's the test.
The ploy from Pete Salmon here is to definitely bowl straight to Shamar Brooks. Long on in place, deep backward square, generally sweeps the ball very well, Shamar Brooks. Forward short leg, mid wicket and a short mid on. This one comes off the pads. And a half-hearted appeal. Very risky, Shamar Brooks.
I think what Pete is trying to do is to get him to come forward with the wicket, with the pitch, sorry, giving that consistent bounce that it's giving, that we saw in the last game as well. Getting him to come forward with that extra bounce. Hopefully it can take the top of his bat or hit the glove to go to Chadwick Walton or Carlos Brung. Short leg.
It's nicely played down the ground for a single from Shamar Brooks. But does he, in operating like this to Shamar Brooks, does he eliminate some options? Because if you're going to bowl straight, you almost eliminate the outside edge from the equation. So you're looking for leg before wicket, you're looking for bowled, you're looking for a cut down the leg side, or maybe a back pad, or if the batsman doesn't time it, a catch on the deep backward square boundary. But that delivery outside the off stump, in between bat and pad, it now becomes a risky delivery.
Also, what he needs to be concerned about is his pace that he's bowling at. Last game, you can see he used his pace pretty well. Give the ball time to turn.
The score is now 62 for 3.
It's just a matter of just being able to understand the situation and be aware of what's going on. But that brings the end of the over there. So 62 for 3.
see Marquina Mindley marking out his run-up from this Courtney Walsh end. It'll be Jay Shields who will continue, but Marquina Mindley waiting in the wings. Are you a bit surprised at the number of overs that Jermaine Blackwood bowled just before lunch? 6 overs, I think, he bowled on the trot.
I was a bit surprised, but
No ball.
start again with a no ball. Quick delivery though. But yeah, I was a bit surprised that he bowled so much, but I always try to give skippers their leeway. Give them chance to do what they're doing. They have a plan. They know what their plan is. Bowled 6 over, just 2 runs as well. And the line in which he was operating wasn't bad at all. Going down on the line of fourth stump and seaming it away as well. As I said, I think it was a plan to try to pick up a wicket. Him and Blackwood and Brooks are really good friends.
This one gets a thick outside edge over the man at gully. A couple of bounces into the ropes for 4. A false stroke from Shamar Brooks. It was a back of a length delivery. It came roundabout hip high, maybe chest high. Was looking to play it off the back foot and got a thick outside edge. And again, eludes the shortest slip cordon that we've seen.
Shortest one in the history of first class cricket. Pace being a bit too much for Shamar Brooks. But yeah, as I was mentioning, him and Blackwood, they're really close.
And this one was looking to hike it over mid-wicket. Keswick Williams throws his head back, looks to the heavens. What was he thinking there, Keswick?
Just happy to see a fast bowler operating. Good heat as well.
As a batter, though, you see a bowler struggling with so many no balls. Do you then almost try to make your own luck because you're hoping that if you play a rash shot and you get dismissed, it's a no ball? This one tickled down to fine leg, should be 4. It is. Wayward delivery from Jay Shields. Also worked off the hips from Shamar Brooks. He has certainly increased their scoring rate since that lunchtime interval.
Well, no time to, you don't have to really create your own luck when you're getting deliveries like that. Play of Shamar Brooks' quality will always put these deliveries away. Just turning his wrist on that one, guiding it down to the fine leg boundary. Two boundaries in this over already. So in terms of the line that I'm seeing here from Shields, he haven't been consistent in terms of what he wants to do. So I'm not really seeing the plan on how he wants to go about his work here for his skipper to get wickets. When you look at Gordon Bryan bowl, you can see a plan. You can see him try to work out batters. So to Minley. Not taking anything away from Shields. I've seen him seam the ball. But it's just that in this game, I'm not really seeing that full plan in terms of working out a batter. In terms of the line that I'm seeing from him. I'm impressed with the heat. But that's the end of the over. 71 for 3 of 32 overs.
And it will be frustrating for Jay Shields and even the Scorpions coaching setup. Because Andrew Richardson, who has operated as a seam bowler for so many years and has done so well for Jamaica, seeing this now, seeing the kind of pace that O.J. Shields can get up to, just looking, it must be frustrating for him to not have him be that consistent. And you couple that together with the number of no balls in this game alone, you're thinking that he can be a very good fast bowler. He has a base, but how does he now move up to the next level?
Oh, yes!
And that's the main thing.
Oh, yes.
Is making that transition. You want it to be smooth.
Oh, yes.
And the coaching staff here with the franchise Jamaica Scorpion is one that I could trust in. I'm Nikita Miller, who's the assistant coach.
Oh, what a shot that was. No one really moved, only just to retrieve the ball from the boundary. Really good shot from Jonathan Carter on the front foot, just slapped it past Pete Salmon, and he just raced into the long off boundary for 4.
It's a brilliant shot. Class of Jonathan Carter, skipper as well for CCC. No one moved.
Likes playing against the Jamaica Scorpions as well. Has had some good innings against the Scorpions over the years, Jonathan Carter.
Jonathan Carter having a bit of fun out there with
It's getting very nice out here, boys.
his Jamaican friends. Some batter gets them comfortable when they're chatting with fielders, makes them feel at home.
Yes, boy. Yes, boy.
Jonathan Carter scoring 85 in the last game in the first innings against Barbados.
Catch him now.
Can you separate that though? These are guys you played under 15 cricket with, under 19 cricket with. You've played 40 regional championship with them. You've played Super 50 with them. You've been to training camps.
Oh, yeah.
So you develop a relationship and a friendship over the years. How do you now separate that when you step across the rope?
It's all about being a professional and understanding when you have a job to do. You have to put aside friendship to do that job for your team. You can have that friendship on the field, yes, but when it's time to separate it, it's all about being professional and doing what you're supposed to do. And if you're not professional enough to do it, then something is wrong. I could remember America was playing against Spain. Basketball, this is straying a bit. And Kobe, God rest his soul, he was playing against his best friend in Paul Gasol. And he told his teammates, the first play I'm going to run straight into his chest. And the first play, he ran straight into Paul Gasol's chest to let him know, I did not come to play. I came here to win for America. Putting aside friendship.
Well, Marquina Mindley is now the new bowler, but you wouldn't think because it's a no ball. You would think that it's a Jay Shields.
I think it's something wrong with his end.
Must be something wrong with the end. Maybe it's the sweatband on the right arm that's causing the problems.
I don't think so. And I'm sure it has nothing to do with Courtney Walsh and either. Not one that bowler lost of no balls in his
Wasn't known
career.
for that.
It's not the Keswick Williams end.
It could very much be. Quick single taken here. Good, smart running. And just to solidify the point that Keswick was making in giving the analogy of Kobe and Paul Gasol, his kids actually calls him Uncle Paul.
Very close. So it's all about being a professional. Set aside the friendship to play. We're here to play. We're here to win a gold medal. You're here to win a gold medal for Spain. I'm here to win a gold medal for America. So I have to set aside that friendship and be a professional.
Outside edge caught, but just dying, dropping in front of the goalie fielder. Midlino operates from around the wicket to the left-handed Jonathan Carter. It's a bit different compared to Ajay Shields. Ajay Shields looking to bowl over the wicket to angle the ball across the left-handed Jonathan Carter. Markina Midley now trying to angle the ball in towards Jonathan Carter. Two slips, a gully. The man catching behind as this one a full toss. And Carter will not miss out on that. Just lent into the delivery. And it raced across the surface here at Sabina Park and into the rows of four.
Class. Immaculate. Sweetly timed. Full delivery as well. But he would not miss out on those sort of deliveries. Full of experience. Partnership is building as well. Shamar Brooks, Jonathan Carter, 31 or 40. So I hope that Jamaica is really looking at what's happening here. Two experienced players at the crease. Jonathan Carter, last over hitting a 4 down the ground. No feeler moved until they have to retrieve the ball. And then driving freely to the offside for 4.
So good on the eyes, Jonathan Carter and Shamar Brooks. If these two continue to bat here, what the supporters will certainly do is enjoy it. The stroke play, from a Jamaican standpoint, they will hope that this partnership doesn't blossom any further. 31 from 42, 18 from 20 from Shamar Brooks. Has gotten a couple of boundaries since that wicket. He has certainly looked freer since that lunchtime interval and looking more and more dangerous. And this is what we're talking about off-air, Keswick. In terms of the captaincy of the Jamaica Scorpions team, 81 for 3. Jermaine Blackwood, at times as a captain, and it's something that Tamar Lambert was praised for a lot. As a captain, from time to time, if your bowlers aren't getting you wickets, you have to be able, as a skipper, to pick up wickets by outsmarting your opposition. And I don't think I'm seeing that or seeing enough of that from Jermaine Blackwood.
Something that we have to remember as well. Tamar Lambert had the Nikita Miller. And I think it's Odin Brown.
Nikita Miller, Odin Brown.
At that time.
At that time.
So you could have called on a Nikita Miller and said, listen, I want you to get me a wicket.
Catch him.
Also had persons like David Bernard Jr. who was good at picking up wickets. Andrew Richardson himself. To the latter part, Sheldon Cottrell came in and picked up wickets as well.
Catch him, Carlos.
So
Tamar as well used to bowl a few overs.
Used to bowl some off spin. So of course, we're not saying that Jermaine Blackwood has the same deck of cards as Tamar Lambert did. But what Tamar Lambert did very well was that in periods of games where his star bowlers weren't able to pick up wickets. It's just different nuances, different changes in the bowling, switching a bowler from one end to the other, just changing the field around that would create this pressure on the batting team that could lead to a wicket. And you must have that card up your sleeve if you're going to be a successful captain.
It's all about rotating your bowlers, make things happen for you. Sometimes it's all about being patient, but it's also about making things happen. Doing it the right time. Reading the game as well. It's all about awareness. But it's the end of the over. End of another Pete Salmon over. Quiet one as well. Score is 81 for 3.
So 81 for 3, the CCC team. They would have been disappointed in losing the wicket of Rambaran for 16 in the first over after the lunchtime interval. But since then, these two, Brooks 35 and Jonathan Carter on 8, they've not looked bothered since coming together, as we say. Good afternoon to Kimberly Forbes.
Good afternoon, Renato. Good afternoon to the viewers as well.
You look as if you've had a decent lunch. This is superbly timed. Beautiful shot from Jonathan Carter. I told you about how pleasing he looks on the eye. Full delivery from Markino Mindley. And the full face of the bat presented. Midoff had no chance. And another no ball to start his over.
Well, yeah, we have, talking about no ball, Renato, we have seen quite a few where even Shields, he bowled 6 no balls already. They will have to try and control those.
You don't look towards the bowling staff, don't you? The head coach, Andrew Richardson, fast bowler. The assistant coach, Nikita Miller, left arm spinner. So the coach, the head coach and the assistant coach are both bowlers. A quick single, chance for a run out, a direct hit. And he would have been in problem, Shamar Brooks. But somehow, Carlos Brown just wasn't even close to the stumps. To the point I was making, with those two being the real head of the franchise, you would expect that the bowling unit would get a lot more out of having them around because they can share different experiences, different methods, different strategies.
Right. I totally agree with you. And Minley, in the first game, he picked up 2 for 60. Not really seeing him getting into that groove here this morning that he was in, like he was in the first game against the Volcanoes.
If you were a betting girl, not saying that you are, who would you give the edge to at this point? 87 for 3, Brooks 35, Carter 13, both looking comfortable at the crease.
Mm-hmm.
Who would you rather be in this position?
Even though I would rather be in the batting position now, even though I've lost 3 quick wickets, I'll try and build something with the other batters to come and see if I can get a better total on the board than what I would have gotten in Shedwin Park. Because they had low scoring in Shedwin Park. This is a time where they can rebuild. They have the entire day to bat out. So I would rather be in the batting position right now. Bowling position, Jermaine Blackwood, he's really hunting. They picked up, as I said, 3 quick wickets, but they are not able to carry on consistently.
Really nice, pleasing shot for a single from Shamar Brooks.
Which position would you like to be in?
I'd like to be in the commentary box to ask the questions.
Being on the field apart from the commentary box.
At this point, I'm thinking I would rather be in the Jamaica Scorpions position, and here's why. Not saying that the CCC are in a bad position at the moment. It's a nice drive, and straight to cover, extra cover. No run, over comes to an end. 36 completed, 88 for 3. The reason I would rather be in the Jamaica Scorpions shoe now is that you currently have the two most experienced players in the CCC team at the crease. Which means that if you manage to get a wicket here, it would not only, let's say, be 100 for 4, but it would be 100 for 4 with either Shamar Brooks or Jonathan Carter back in the pavilion. And I think as a Jamaica Scorpion player, you have to look at that to say that a wicket now could be, let's say, a 50-run difference. This one beats Brooks outside the off stump. For the CCC, having lost the wicket of Rambaran in the first over after lunch, you would want these two to be at the crease. You would want them to be at the crease not just because of their experience. You want them to be at the crease because the left-handed, right-handed combination as a vulture circle. But they're also Bayesians. They know each other's game. They would have played with each other for a number of years in the Barbados national team. So there's a level of comfort and understanding between these two. So if you're CCC, at 88 for 3, give me Jonathan Carter, give me Shamar Brooks. Those are the two I'm going for.
And I totally agree with you, Bernardo. You mentioned that they know each other. And I think they're going to try and stay there even before they go to tea. Even though the boundaries are been bold. Is that a commentator cursed by Renata Brown? He's been bold, and that's the breakthrough they were looking for. Looking at the replay here, that was a quicker one from Pete there, Renardo.
Yeah, Pete Salmon has that in him. It was a delivery that pitched outside the line of the off stump and spun back. Seemed as if it spun through the gate. We'll look back at it. Hopefully we'll get another look at it. Because I remember speaking with Keswick Williams about Pete Salmon operating and bowling straight based on the feel that he had. And I reckon that in doing that, he eliminated this dismissal. That is a classical off-spinner dismissal to a right-hander. Tossed up delivery outside the line of the off stump, inducing the drive, and going through bat and pad. Pete Salmon, as an off-spinner, if he was to describe his perfect wicket, that would be it.
Even the 3 wickets that he got against the Volcanoes, you thought this is the best one?
As an off-spinner, if you were supposed to describe your perfect wicket to a right-hander, I reckon that's it.
Okay.
Tossed up delivery, looking to drive through the cover region, ball through bat and pad, timber all over.
And that is the break, the batter Jermaine Blackwood would have been looking for to send back to the dugout, and Pete clearly doing the job for his skipper, and he's gone for 36 from 96 deliveries.
So I'll put the question again to you. Who would you rather be now?
The Scorpions. Well, I watched them at Chedwin Park. They resumed on the 4th day, and they had 8 wickets in hands, and in no time they collapsed to the Barbados Pride. So Jonathan and Richards at the crease now, they will have to try and build a good partnership, not just a partnership, but try to stay there until the end of the day.
Two slips in place, by the way, to the new batsman, Demario Richards. Overcomes to an end. It's a successful one. A wicket maiden. Pete Salmon now 1 for 14 from his set of overs. And the Jamaica Scorpions are surely in this one and just edging ahead of the CCC at the moment, having picked up the wicket of Shamar Brooks, who was looking good after the lunchtime interval. Picked up the scoring, got a couple of boundaries, and you don't want a batsman like that being set at the crease.
Yep. It was a wicket maiden there from Pete.
Nice. A few numbers coming in.
Yeah.
Love to see the ladies turning out to watch the game. So a couple of youngsters as well. It's always good to see the youngsters in the stands, watching the game, learning the game. Let's see if Marquina Minley will bowl a no ball to start here. This one gets the outside edge, but dives in front of first slip.
Didn't carry. But that was a beautiful delivery, though.
And we spoke about what Ajay Shields was trying to do to Jonathan Carter in bowling from over the wicket, angling the ball across. Jonathan Carter trying to get the outside edge. Marquina Minley, just a little bit different. Well, the no ball comes on the second delivery this over.
And Renardo, another curse. He said it on the first ball, but he got it on the second one. And no ball quickly shouted by umpire Taylor. So talk about the no ball again. The coaches will have to work with them on their landing. See where they're landing. I think about if we do the maths for no ball, I think they accumulate 10 no balls already.
Beaten outside the Arsenal, comprehensively beaten. It would be interesting to have a discussion with Andrew Richardson about this. As you look back at Marquina Mindley, and beaten, was looking to drive on the up again, overstriding Jonathan Carter, and is not getting close. Would be very interesting to hear what Andrew Richardson's take on this would be, because it's not just a Jay Shields, it's also Marquina Mindley.
Well, I heard Keswick talked about it earlier this morning, that when they were in the net yesterday, that was a problem, and Andre tried to correct it from there, but he will have to do some more work with them, try to get it under control.
But here's the thing though, Kim, and you've watched a lot of cricket, you've been around a lot of cricket, you're Miss SDC. There's a back of a length delivery that's nicely played off the back foot to the onside. And an easy two for Jonathan Carter. The score now goes to 90, set for the loss of 4. See, you've watched a lot of cricket and you've been around the game. As a coach, in trying to fix it in the nets, the bowlers they would have to take some responsibility, because they would have to be able to identify in game what's going wrong for them. And again, just beaten outside the arm stump. So there's so much you can do in the nets, but once the player goes across the line, it now becomes their responsibility. It now becomes them understanding their body, understanding what is happening, what is going wrong, understanding if the wind is coming across if the wind is behind me, do I adjust my run by taking a step back, a step forward? And another thick outside edge will run close to the boundary. And don't think it will get there. They come back for a second. So I use a track and field analogy. If you're doing the long jump, and you're on the run-up for the long jump, and there's a strong wind pushing you towards the pit, you make that adjustment in your run-up to compensate for that wind. If the wind is going against you, you also make that adjustment. And you know that simply by training, simply by knowing what is working, how you feel approaching the board. And I would think it has to be the same in terms of being a fast bowler. Are you getting to the crease quicker than you're expected? Is it that your takeoff point needs to be adjusted forward, adjusted backward? Because I don't think Andrew Richardson, from where he's sitting, can say to a Marquina Mindley or an Ajay Shields, this is what you're doing wrong.
Right. Or what the bowlers can do to, well, my opinion, what they can do is try to count their steps and know when it's landing time. So if it is at 10, when you reach the 9, you know it's about to land. See if they can get that under control. 93 for 4. Maybe you'll have to give them that format though, that athletic format there, Renardo.
They probably won't want to hear it. Just want to say good afternoon to my very good friend Kerry Scott. I was looking towards the Kingston Cricket Club. I don't think I'm seeing Kerry Scott at the Kingston Cricket Club. Just sent me some analysis. Always good at doing that. Says that Marquina Mindley getting the ball to angle towards the stumps, then straighten, which seems to be the plan to try and get the outside edge. He also says he's also bowling a fuller length. And good morning to, well, good afternoon to Kerry Scott.
A lot of persons celebrating birthdays today. We know that the CEO of Jamaica Cricket Association, Mr. Courtney Francis, he celebrated his birthday, and OJ Shields celebrated his birthday as well, and the Hall of Famer Junior Miller celebrated his birthday as well.
And great. Never really saw Courtney Francis as a red and white kind of guy.
What do you see, Miles?
I probably can't say it on air. My very good friend Courtney Francis. Frano, as they call him.
It's a nice turnout here with the spectators, though, Renardo. It's a holiday here.
And this one, a loud appeal is very, very close. Gregory Brathwaite says no. That was the arm ball from Pete Salmon. Let's look at it. Oh, that's very, very close.
That is a delivery that got the previous batsman out by Pete. That was extremely close there.
But I'll give the umpire the benefit of the doubt in terms of got a big stride in and hit him just barely above the knee roll. Yes, but got a big stride in. Pete Salmon is a very tall bowler as well, so gets the ball to bounce a little bit more than your average off spinner. But I'm not going out on a limb to say that he got that absolutely correct. I understand why you would have said not out. Jerome Foster certainly gave it out.
I would have.
Hence the reason you both are here.
Yeah, because his previous delivery that got Brooks out, the same one.
Here's Mindley. And just to the point that Kerry Scott made, Marquina Mindley, and we'll hopefully see it again, almost deliberately running wide off the crease. And it comes back to the point that Kerry Scott was making. Here he is. Just look at his approach to the crease. He's wider on the crease. And it brings to the point where Kerry Scott is saying that he's looking to angle the ball into the left-hander and have it straighten. That one was too wide outside the off stump, and a big flash at it. Jonathan Carter. So according to Kerry Scott, who by the way is an umpire, says only thing could have saved the batter is if the umpire thought it was too high, but it looked absolutely dead.
Thank you, Kerry Scott. Well, 3-1.
He's the umpire. I'm not. So if he says it looks absolutely dead,
It
I'm,
is.
I'm going with it.
All right.
I'm going with it. But I can also understand why the umpire gave it not out.
That's your opinion.
It is the opinion that counts is that of Gregory Brathwaite. There's Mindley again. And this one again, a little bit straighter. Jonathan Carter, well judged, allowed it to go through to the wicket keeper. And when I spoke about, and when we brought the example of Markina Mindley delivering a bit wider on the crease, it's something that someone like Nikita Miller did very well. It's just varying his angles, his point of delivery. And trying to deceive the batters in either flight, just subtle variations. And I like what I'm seeing from Markina Mindley here. It shows that he's thinking the game. He's thinking, how do I get this batter out? This one driven straight to Pete Salmon at that short extra cover position.
Well, if that thoughts come to reality there, Renardo, it will really put the CCC in a spot of bother to lose the wicket of Carter. Then what next will become of the CCC team?
Just looking, is that a kite? Almost getting to that time of the year. Over comes to an end. 40 now completed, 93 for the loss of 4. The risk with Markina Mindley, by the way, Kim, is he's operating without a fine leg. Square leg is inside the circle. So if he gets too straight, it's easy picking for someone like Jonathan Carter, who is able to work that ball down to that fine leg or long leg position. So he has to be absolutely disciplined outside that off stump.
Yes. Says P2 is continuing now. 14 for 1 from 8. And that was a maiden ball by Windies.
And Mario Richards opting to play Pete Salmon in front of him, trying to play straight down the ground, which is very important. Has the ball a little bit fuller to the left-hander, Pete Salmon. Just like that. Want to maybe pitch it round about mid and off or off stump. Bring those two slip fielders into play. Jermaine Blackwood at first slip. And Chadwick Walton at second slip. And based on the opportunity he put down at leg slip, I'm not sure and Pete Salmon would want to have him engaged in all of that.
Yeah. Well, Richards faced 10 deliveries yet to get off the mark. But there's no rush though. But they need runs.
Some work down towards fine leg. Should be 2 runs here. Simple. And they get 2, so he's off the mark. And Mario Richards. Must ask you this. Abhijay Mansingh, are you surprised he hasn't bowled?
Yes.
Looking to force a shot there.
I thought that Jermaine Black would have bringing Mansingh into play by trying to use 2 spinners and see if he can actually get in at least 2 more wickets. But he's doing a pace and a spin. Actually, I don't know what's the plan of Jermaine. But I'll go with the 2 spinners for now, try and rest Mindley and see what will happen.
Pete Salmon from around the wicket now. I'm just looking at the the Jamaica Cricket Association feather banners. And they're blowing across the pitch. So the wind is coming from South Camp Road, almost from Alpha Academy, and blowing towards the right wing of the north stand. So if you are going to bowl Mansingh, I reckon that he would come from the Michael holding end. Then the wind would help him to spin that ball across the right-hander, as opposed to bowling him in the wind. As a wrist spinner, it becomes a little bit more difficult as well for him. There is Mansingh. And that's Brian Latouche, a very good friend. Well, Kerr Scott will tell me it's Brian Latour. Plays for Kingston Cricket Club. I understand that he's now looking forward to playing in Masters cricket.
Well, he's at that level already.
I asked that question, if he is at that level. But such is the Masters League that everyone wants to play in it. I've never seen a population so intent on getting old. This one too wide to induce a shot. You know, everyone, I go to Melbourne Cricket Club during the evenings, and you see the Masters players, you know, practicing and such, and they're always recruiting. And every day they ask me, what's my age? I'm tempted to say, how old do I look? But I'm a little bit scared of the answer. Here's Mindley again from around the wicket. Again, too wide.
Well, Ronaldo, the next time they ask, you can say you're not there yet. You're not there yet because they're trying to get you in. Well, you're not there yet.
I'm probably not their age level. But in terms of ability, I'm right about there.
No, I'm not talking about ability. I'm talking about the age. But what I think while the Masters, they're training, I think they should incorporate the youngsters as well in training, Ronaldo, since that we're trying to develop cricket in the Caribbean.
Oh, here's a loud appeal. Half-hearted. Came more from Marquino Mindley than anyone else. Maybe angling down the leg side, or he got bat onto it.
Some bat was involved.
Has to be. So the Masters League has certainly taken off here in Jamaica. Every Sunday, persons journey to Clarendon or wherever the matches are being played, but likely Clarendon. This one is worked off the hips. No run. And you see so many former national players being a part of it. Something that Waver Hines playing as well. And I'm not sure if they go for the cricket or what happens after the cricket. And you would know because they're one of your sponsors.
That's why I laughed.
And they're appealing, no shot offered. Not sure what the appeal was for. Maybe clipped the pads. And the over comes to an end. An eventful one. As Chris Taylor calls for drinks. And auras blown by. But as I was saying, Kim, it's Masters cricket has certainly taken off here in Jamaica. So much so that there are so many persons who want to play in that Masters competition. And it hasn't been the same for the Senior Cup competition. It's not the same for the 50 over All Island competition or the T20 competition outside of SDC T20. And one has to look at what is it about Masters cricket that attracts so many persons, but it doesn't happen for Senior Cup cricket or the All-Ireland 50 over competition? And it's just the fact, and this is just my opinion, is a kind of love and passion that those guys still have for cricket. And to be able to go out and to watch someone like, as I said before, Waver Hines, a Delroy Morgan, to watch them play cricket how it's supposed to be played, I think it's one of the things that attract persons to Masters cricket.
And I agree with you is that how they play, because it's a total different era now with the youngsters than those, let me say, folks, how they played and being patient and know when to play the good stroke and the bad stroke. But these youngsters, as we see in the West Indies team, they go for the big shots all the time. So people rather go out and to watch the Masters, think they play more sensible cricket.
It's very interesting because you do hope that from a Jamaica perspective that cricket will get back to where it once was. So you look here at Sabina Park and you look in the North Stand, you look in the George Headley Stand, and the support just isn't there. And there's so many different aspects you can pull from as to why the crowd isn't there. It's a holiday, yes, but you think about how many persons know that cricket is being played here at Sabina Park. I had the discussion with Jerome Foster before the start of the 4-day championship that I'm disappointed because the first day is a Wednesday, which makes the final day on the Saturday. So you're looking at only one weekend day where cricket is being played in the regional championship. A few years ago, when we had regional competitions here, games play Thursday to Sunday. So it gives persons Saturday and Sunday that they can come out and watch the cricket. So I was a bit disappointed with that because cricket ends on the Saturday. Well, if you're the Jamaica Scorpions against the Windwards, it ended on the Friday for you. So that again is something that if you want to watch cricket, you have to look at these things. Of the 4 days, why is it that there are 3 days in the week and only one weekend day that is being used? Cricket West Indies will have the reasons for it being that way. The other part of it is that, based on my understanding, and I'm not 100% sure that it is so, that the local Senior Cup competition is set to start next weekend. And next weekend is when the Jamaica Scorpions play the Barbados Pride. I don't think there's enough support for cricket for us to have the final day of the regional competition being played on the Saturday, and it's also the first day for the 2-day competition here in Jamaica.
Well, they will have to look into that, factor that into their planning, because as you touch a point, you say in the week, a lot of persons there at work, and a lot of persons won't leave their job to come to cricket. But if it is on the weekend, then I think, as you said, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, then they will get a turnout. But my question is, are they really playing cricket for entertainment, to engage spectators, or are they really playing cricket to find talents? Which one?
Pete Salmon continues. I'll get to it. And it's an interesting question that you ask. At this stage, and persons can certainly correct me if I'm wrong. Thick outside edge here, could run close to the boundary. In fact, it should get to the boundary, and in fact does. Not a convincing shot, but it yields 4 runs in the end. Well, nicely played. Looking back at it, soft hands, almost guided it past first slip. So at this stage, I believe it has to be twofold. For Cricket West Indies, it's about finding talent for the West Indies senior men's team. Oh, this one didn't carry to forward short leg. For the different territories, it has to be getting persons to support your team. Has to be. Because the only way you attract and develop the next generation of cricketers is by exposing them to the game. Is by having them watch cricket being played at this level. As the sweep is out, and that should be 4. Nicely played by Jonathan Carter. Straying down the leg side, Pete Salmon on that occasion, and just helped on its way.
But you touch a point there. I remember when we had the pandemic, I think it was in 2021 when the CPL was playing and Jamaica Towers, they weren't performing well, and they said that it's because of not having spectators there to boost them and all of that. But if they could actually bring more entertainment into the cricket to support their teams, I think that will help a lot too.
More runs. Pete Salmon leaking runs here. Buys this time. Another delivery that angled down the leg side. You can't really fault wicketkeeper Romain Morris for that. That was just badly lined. And 12 runs coming off the first over after the drinks break. Which means that the 100 came up, and it's now 108 for the loss of 4. But as Kim takes her leave and Jerome Foster joins me, I have to give a lot of credit to the Inter-Secondary School Sports Association, which is a governing body for high school sports here in Jamaica, and what they've done with the high school T20 cricket competition in terms of allowing persons to watch on television full coverage of the games when it gets to that national level. And that's really important in inspiring the next generation of cricketers. Jerome Foster at one point was considered the next generation of cricketers, but that was very, very long ago.
That's probably 40 years ago. That was never the case. But yeah, the situation with the match is starting on a Wednesday. I think it has to do with more the rest of the region than just Jamaica. Even though the teams are based here, the inter-Caribbean travel is not the easiest. So I think logistically for Cricket West Indies to move the teams in a day, it's normally on a Sunday. And I think based on what I saw, the CEO said it's that you have to give the players 3 days to recuperate in between travel, between a match. That's medically recommended. But I think when 4 teams are in the country, for example, the Scorpions are here, Barbados, CCC and Windies, they are in Jamaica for these first 2 rounds, and they're going to be in Jamaica for the first 3. I think it would have been ideal to play the games starting on a Thursday, end them on a Sunday, and give the commercial side of it more chance to strive. I don't know what other logistics are. I don't understand the other concepts, but I know the traveling logistic is a big part of it. I don't know if umpires are being switched around to move from, because they're in St. Kitts now, to come to Jamaica as well, and some move away. But that could tell you why the games are being played in the middle of the week. I know the travel is a big part of it.
And I take that point, and as you rightfully said, Jerome, that traveling is a big part of it. But it is also the fact that what is best for the region, what is best in terms of spectator support for these games. I understand the travel. I take your point when it comes to traveling. But you also have to look at what's best in terms of spectator support. Is it best to play the games Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday? Or is it better in terms of getting supporters out on a weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday?
I think the latter. And even for Test cricket, but because of how the game is structured now, where gate receipts are really non-existent and irrelevant to the respective territories or the respective boards around the world, it's all about what they can get from the television screens and the radio screens, the radio waves.
No worry, it's 2024.
You can see.
I reckon radio have screens now.
I can tell you. Yeah. the radio waves. So it's what you can get in the media that is dominating the respective boards and the amount of earnings. So spectator support can come, but I don't think boards are banking on it anymore.
Again, another bowler operating round the wicket, Gordon Bryant to the left-hander. There are two left-handers at the crease.
So the man with his peanuts selling is not being able to.
I don't know if he's selling. You
to
need
serve.
persons to sell to.
Yeah, you don't have a large portion of people to sell them to on a Wednesday. Today is a public holiday here in Jamaica and some parts of the region as well. That's Ramon Senior, former youth cricketer. So what you're going to be finding now is that even though it's a public holiday, there are other activities which are going to be taking center stage today, which puts the cricket at the back burner. And it's probably not the most highlighting fixture of the round as well that people are going to be gravitating to. So a lot of different aspects to it.
Yeah, and we can talk about this for all 4 days. And I'm not saying that it won't change anything, but not right now. But you just have to look at how do we get, and we're speaking from a Jamaican standpoint here and extending it to the region, how do we get more persons to come out and watch cricket in Jamaica? I believe bringing the cricket back to venues like Shedwin Park last week, Kensington Cricket Club this week, is a move in the right direction.
I agree.
Pete Salmon continues around the wicket.
And despite their frailties or their unpreparedness for some stages, both grounds, you understand the concept of having those grounds involved. They're more intimate, more fans, local fans are there. They're community-based grounds, so people will be tempted to just go and have a look at what's happening. You can walk to the ground, ride to the ground.
That's a lovely shot. And it just evades Gordon Bryant. It just hung in the air for a long time. Didn't time it as well as I thought.
You saw him grip the bat a little bit tighter, so you knew it was premeditated. You're wondering if Gordon Bryant could pull out a dive, but he's a big, fast bowler. He's over 6 foot.
No, the adjustment is being made. At high school, they say that if the off spinner is bowling to the left-hander, then mid-off is a little bit wider.
Yeah. Ball spins away, so it's harder to hit the ball against the turn. Hence, the mid-on is normally stationed inside that imaginative 30-yard circle.
Catch him, yes, boys!
I asked Kimberly Forbes this question, and I'll ask you. Man Singh hasn't bowled in this innings just yet.
Catch him now!
Why do you think that is?
First, I think in the first game, he wasn't finding his rhythm as you would like. He wasn't consistently delivering in threatening areas. He oftentimes bowled a few too short or a few too full. But also, today, what's on offer for the Pacers, and because the Scorpions are so far behind as well in the table, that massive loss to the Woodward Islands Volcanoes, I believe the use of the Pacers is a part of a tactic to generate as much bowling points as possible for the Scorpions. As much as you want to get the teams dismissed, you want to ensure that you're racking up those fast bowling points. And the Scorpions, that's the only way they got points, by the way, last round. It was by bowling out the Volcanoes with most of the wickets coming from fast bowlers. So I think that is one part of it. And I think while they're attacking from one side with the fast bowlers, they're using Pete Salmon because he's so used to bowling long spells, almost as holding an end. He's not supposed to be conceding a lot of runs or going at upwards of 3 runs per over. So he's doing his job in terms of keeping it tidy and picking up the odd wicket here and there, which is why he has been selected in the first place, because he's tidy, very miserly with the ball, and gives you runs at the back end of the innings.
It's Gordon Bryan.
He's not an attacking spinner per se. So he's going to be using more angles and variation in pace to really deceive the batters. So Gordon Bryan and Marquino Minley O.J. Shields, all three now have operated from this Courtney Walsh end since launch. So it's obvious that it's a tactic from the Scorpions team and management. But Mansingh could really get a couple of overs before tea. This pitch has flattened out, by the way.
It has, hasn't it? So if you're a Jamaica Scorpions batter, you're looking at it and you're saying that I can't wait to get out and bat on this surface. But we have seen where when the Jamaica Scorpions batters get to the crease, it's a whole different pitch. It seems.
Yeah. It's a part of the team that has been under the microscope for so many years. And I think based on the selection and the composition, shot.
You said it. Indeed, it was a shot. Short delivery outside the line of the off stump. Onto the back foot. And just whipped it through that backward point position. And it's a shot that you would watch over and over again. And that shows you, Jerome, what the point that you were making about the pitch flattening out. You can now trust the bounce, trust the pace of the pitch, and you can play shots like those.
That's a beautiful shot. That's a back cut. So he got on top of the bounce, but played it so late, almost behind him, Demario Richards. He flashed the blade on it, rolled his wrist over it as well, and kept it all along the ground. But that was a bad delivery, though, from Gordon Bryan. It was too wide and too short.
And here's where I believe that someone like Gordon Bryan has to be a bit more skillful in his approach to the game and his execution. Because when you get to situations like this in the contest where the pitch is now very good for batting, this is where I believe someone like Gordon Bryan will have to come into play if the Scorpions are to do well in the tournament. He's able to move the ball both ways. Of all the seam bowlers, he's the most consistent in terms of lines and lengths. So he has to be a little bit more skillful in his execution. And again, he's been in the team, out of the team, in the team, out of the team. So you're hoping that he gets an extended run playing the 4-day format and he can learn on a game-by-game basis.
I agree. He's been economical today, by the way, so that's just a blip in terms of that bad delivery. But in terms of his overall development and evolution in the Jamaica Scorpions team, what you want to see from him is that he's probably not going to generate that O.J. Shields type of pace going forward. It's just a consistency in terms of probing away, similar to what Akeem Jordan does for the Barbados Pride. He's nagging on that 4th, 5th stump, but he's moving the ball both ways consistently. And you hardly see Jordan getting cut or pulled. It's more to be driven through the offside or the onside.
This is pushed firmly down to mid-off. Here's a trivia. Have you ever seen Jermaine Blackwood in a floppy cap?
I don't think so. I, th- I don't think so.
Apart from Romaine Morris in the helmet and Carlos Brown at back pad position, Jermaine Blackwood and Mansing, who is at deep backward square, are the only players not in that big broad rim cap for the Jamaica Scorpions.
Yeah.
And I reckon that I've never seen Jermaine Blackwood, and he's not in a peak.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I've never seen him in one before either. But that tells you about the heat outside as well. And it could be also about preserving their caps, their original green caps. When you hang it up after playing for so many years, you don't want it to look like how David Warner's baggy green looks after 100 test matches. It looks like a burned patch of green. Yes,
It's been through the wars.
yeah.
I'm glad you say it, because what came to my mind is I was wondering if there was none to fit Jermaine Blackwood. As we've pointed out before, still very young in his captaincy. And it's a learning curve for him as well. Pete Salmon now operating over the wicket to the left-handed Richards. So he has tried round the wicket, now trying over the wicket. Over comes to an end. 47 completed, 115 for the loss of 4.
And the scoring rate is not the best for the combined campuses and colleges team, going at just under 2.5 runs per over. But initially it was really a struggle for them to score, even though it was easy in my eyes in terms of being defensive because they weren't forced to play. But they didn't really look to attack the Scorpions in that first hour and 45 minutes or so. And they really soaked up that pressure. So once you had wickets falling in a cluster, you felt as if they wouldn't get away from the Scorpions. And they have lost 2 wickets since that lunch and interval. And as you have requested, it's Abhijay Mansing to bowl.
I don't know why you put me on the spot to say I requested it.
Or suggested.
If he picks up a wicket here, I'll claim it, by the way.
I wouldn't be surprised either.
If he doesn't, I don't think I will. But something different from the Jamaica Scorpions now. We've seen the seam bowlers operating and Pete Salmon operating from that Michael Holding end. Now, going to get a bit of wrist spin from Abhijay Mansing from this Courtney Walsh end. And immediately the skipper has opted for deep backward square, long on. A man sweeping on the cover boundary. Those are the players out. It's forward short leg. Jermaine Blackwood will be at slip, backward point, extra cover mid-off. And mid-wicket. First delivery for Mansing. Nicely flighted, pushed firmly down to Nkrumah Bonner at a long on and a single.
He's operating with what they call an in-out field, by the way. Men in catching positions, in attacking positions, as well as defensive positions on the boundary. But they're also being used in an attacking option. While they're protecting the boundaries, they're still there just in case the batsmen think about clearing the ropes. So you have that deep backward square for the sweep. You have the sweeper cover on the boundary, and you have that long on. And Mansing is calling for the man at point to come into the onside. So he's going to get an additional man on that deep mid-wicket boundary. And he will be familiar with these players, Abhijay Mansing. Played with the CCC in the recent limited overs competition, or List A competition.
Not sure about the field placing for the wrist spinner turning into the left-hander. I think he has boxed himself into having to bowl very straight to these batsmen. This one again eased down towards long on for an easy single.
And Jonathan Carter has always been labeled as a good player of spin. You don't normally hear that with players in the region, and that's relative to when you say good player of spin in the region. But because he's so quick on his feet, tends to play spin better than the average players in the region. Has a good sweep shot on him, Jonathan Carter. And he loves to advance to the ball as well, along with Shamar Brooks. Two players in this team with international experience.
Fairly good start from Matt Singh. And this is opening over the man. At deep mid-wicket, three-quarter ways to the boundary. Deep backward square, right back on the boundary. Needs to take a little bit of the pace off the ball, Mansing. Over comes to an end. Quiet one. 3 singles from it. And 3 dot deliveries as well.
So they lost the first wicket at 4, 23-50. Those are second and third wickets, and then 88 the fourth. So this partnership is 30. And that Mansing over, you, as a captain, it's 2 ways to look at it. You could settle him into a spell. So you give him that comfort of having protection out early so that he can find his consistency and his lines and his lengths. And then after that, when you're confident enough as a captain, you can trust him by bringing up that field, which is going to be forcing those spinners, those batters to try and hit him over the top. With the ball spinning into the left-handers, I think it would be ill-advised to have both the deep mid-wicket and the long on in the circle, because then you're giving the left-handers an easy hit. But the state of the game, I think the Scorpions can take that chance, because 118 for 4 at no point, the game is away from you.
Pete continues over the wicket to the left-handed Jonathan Carter. Bit surprised they haven't opted to push mid-off back on the fence. Carter generally likes to play that lofted shot down the ground. Maybe that's the reason, just tempting him to go over the top. If you are going to score down the ground, you have to go over the top. Cover, extra cover inside the circle as well.
Oh, yes.
I actually prefer this field, by the way, because someone is normally harder to hit over the top. You have to be brave against him because he bowls almost on a length, that Raheem Cornwall type of length, and they get that extra bounce.
Oh, poor fielding from Ajay Shields. And gives up 2. Shouldn't have been even a single because the ball was hit straight to him.
Yeah, I don't think he should be fielding there, by the way. Doesn't look the most athletic when it comes to the ball coming towards him.
Very strange.
Because yeah.
Cover and extra cover is actually Shields and Minley. Kurt McKenzie does well.
I think your better fielder should be on the onside to the off spinner. Because the ball is spinning towards the off stump if it's a left-hander, and it's spinning towards the leg stump if it's a right-hander. So the ball is going to go to those areas at a high percentage, and if your better fielders are not in that area, you could be exposed.
So here's the next question to you. Pete Salmon continues over the wicket, defending. If you take Jermaine Blackwood out of the equation, who's the best fielder in the Scorpions team?
Based on what I've seen so far,
Based on what you've seen so far.
it would be between Kirk and Carlos Brown. Based on what I've seen over the 2 games.
That doesn't fill me with confidence.
based on what I've seen so far, it would be Kirk and Carlos Brown. They move a little bit more athletic than the others. And you saw the catch from Carlos Brown in the first game off Pete someone. I think it was Jeremiah, Johan Jeremiah, who was batting.
Yeah, batting well in the 80s as
Yeah.
well. The 80.
He was feeling right under the bat and he scooped up a wonderful chance, inches off the ground. But throughout the game, you could see the mobility of Mackenzie. And even just now with that display at backward point, his agility was on show. But it's not a team that I would say I can put my hat and say this one will be the better fielder or not.
I tell you what, if this was a fielding competition, I'd be very nervous for the Jamaica Scorpions.
And it goes back to what you were discussing with Carlos, with Keswick Williams earlier. Because the tallest man on the field is Pete Salmon. And he bowls off spin. You'd expect him to be in the gully. Or even backward of point for the faster bowlers. But he's nowhere there. He's almost behind the bat. He was fielding at square leg.
And it's because you can't put him beyond the boundary.
Yeah.
The flight to delivery. Oh, hit straight to the man at short mid-wicket. A full toss. Could have hit it anywhere, Richards. But instead pops it straight to Markina Mindley at short mid-wicket. And Mansing plucks a wicket out of the hat. And the CCC team loses their fifth.
Oh no, that's poor. It's a bad and soft dismissal. Richards has his hands akimbo, but he just didn't get over the ball any at all. And that's the magic of a leg spinner, by the way. They get you wickets. Regardless of how good the deliveries are, they just tend to find a way to get wickets. He could have popped that ball anywhere, could have easily just played it later and got it to the left of mid-wicket, but went too early. Richards didn't get over it, and that's a very soft way to get dismissed at this level. I think at any level, but especially at this level, when you're trying to break onto the scene, it's really soft. But I don't think the Scorpions will mind. That's their third wicket this session.
And by the way, good friend Kerry Scott says Mansing is a wicket taker. Simply put. Had a long discussion with Kerry Scott about a week ago. We're discussing the Jamaica Scorpions team. And he was telling me about bowlers who are skillful and bowlers who take wickets. We're talking about Nicholas Gordon, by the way. And he says Nicholas Gordon just has a knack of picking up wickets. Somehow Nicholas Gordon will pick up a wicket. He's not the most skillful, not the most consistent bowler, not the quickest bowler, but he will give you wickets.
A bowler I would want in my team then.
And I believe it's the same point he's making about Mansing.
Yeah.
And by the way, I told you that if he picked up a wicket, I would claim it. Because I certainly called for him to be in the attack. There's just something about wrist spinners. As you said, they pick up wickets.
Yeah, they always find a way to pick up wickets.
So too left-arm spinners, left-arm seam bowlers. New batsman, by the way, Romario Greaves.
And you see now, it's a little bit more attacking from Mansing to the new batter. You'd say a slip on a gully or two slips if you mind, and a forward short leg in Carlos Brown. I think Kurt Mackenzie's at that second slip.
Beats him outside the off stump. That's a beauty from Mansing. He's really in it now.
Got more bounce there and grip. Probably the first delivery we saw like that from him in his 11 deliveries.
Then follows up with a full toss. So much is said about the wicket keepers over comes to an end. 50 completed, 122 for 5. Wicket keepers shouldn't be a wicket keeper and open the batting in the longest format. But look at Carlos Brown. He's been at forward short leg forever.
Yeah.
And he opens the batting for the Jamaica Scorpions team.
It's just what you prefer. But there's a stronger chance that he won't be there for 90 overs, though. But I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
He's probably there for 60.
Yeah. Hence the fitness will come into play. But normally as a wicket keeper, though, you want a couple, not just a couple. You need a session or two to just get your mind right.
I think
Feel a
Carlos
little bit more fresh.
Browns need a session. The wicket keeper needs 2. Carlos Brown needs a session.
Yeah. He stoops every delivery as well.
It doesn't help when 2 spinners are on. I think the shout from Jermaine Blackwood, I'm not sure if you're hearing. Jermaine Blackwood said we would want Kirk under the bat as well. What do you think, Pete? Carlos Brown said no, no, no. Let's examine this one. The prize wicket now is that of Jonathan Carter.
I think so.
He can up the scoring as well. He's 34 from 69. So he can up the scoring as well. And this one is well played. Guided down to that third man position. Should be at least 2. It's such an important game for both teams. They both lost by 9 wickets in their opening game. But you look and you think that this is the easiest game of the 3 that they will play in this round.
Either team.
Either team. This one, thick outside edge. They should get to the boundary. Jermaine Blackwood didn't move. He's trying to force it off the back foot. And thick outside edge. And you're thinking that Jermaine Blackwood could have reacted a little bit quicker. Or reacted.
Yeah, and I think based on what is happening, as you look at the jersey and the clothing of the wicketkeeper, you can see where the wind is going. And I think that is probably hampering Pete Salmon as well. It's coming across him. So he's afraid to go too straight to the batters. And now he's overcompensating by bowling too wide. And he's given the option for Carter to get the balls backward of square, backward of point.
Come on, Peter.
I was saying to Keswick Williams earlier that if Mansing was to come on to bowl, I would think he would be introduced from the Michael Holding end because of where the breeze, the wind is coming from. This is pushed firmly down towards mid-off for a single. So the wind would be coming over his right shoulder, which would assist him in spinning the ball across the right-hander.
I agree. He didn't have a lot of success from that Michael Holding end in the first game either. He got his solitary wicket from this end, the Courtney Walsh and Mansing. So maybe that's a reason for him starting here. And it's a big part in cricket as well. Scientific part of the game. You see John Jordan there, the Weeper representative. I think he's the player's development officer for Weeper. But it's the scientific parts of cricket is very critical, because if you have a bowler swinging the ball away, you don't want him to be running into a headwind. You want that breeze in his back to carry the ball with the movement. So those simple plus ones are critical. You don't want to turn them into minus. It's 51 overs, both. So the Scorpions, 16 minutes to go to tea. Haven't been bad with their over rate.
Now, I've always asked a question in local competitions and at a regional level. What happens? What are the consequences for a slow over rate?
They're still fine. But I don't think they're fine at the same level. I don't think they're fine at the same level. They're no professional players.
So they're fined at the regional level for a slow over rate?
Yeah.
I know JC doesn't find anyone.
Games are called off because of bad light, because of teams intentionally slowing down.
There's a load appeal. And that's going down the leg side.
By the way, I mentioned the games earlier today. Kevin Wickham has notched a 74 to follow up his 100 in the first game, but Barbados there struggling at 176 for 8 against the Volcanoes. Windward Islands, that is. Wickham is one of the names that are on the lips of many people around the region. But he could be the next middle order batter for the West Indies. I think he played the 2022 Under-19 World Cup, if I'm not mistaken.
A flight to deliver easy single here. If you go through the different years of regional cricket, there's always some young player who comes up and does well at the regional level. I believe the main concern is how do we help them to transfer that relative success to the international level when it is that they do get to the international level.
Yeah, I was asking for that man to be at silly point instead of short leg, based on the previous delivery to Greaves in that last over where the ball spun.
They're just moving him from one side of the pitch to the next, Carlos Brown.
I think that should have been a no-brainer. But Mansingh insists that he stays on the leg side.
Who overrules who here?
I think the captain just trusts his ball a little bit more.
He's getting the ball to spin. That's always important. And him some bounce as well. Having looked at that delivery, and you look that he has 1 for 5 from 2.5, you'd think that he bowled a ripper to get a wicket. It was a full toss. It's a short delivery. And he was looking to hit that one over St. George's College, missed it, and could have gotten bowled. And the over comes to an end. That's over number 52 completed. It's 130 for the loss of 5. And Keswick Williams will take over from me, join Jerome Foster, and take you up to tea.
Yeah, and I just think that the Scorpions should be a little bit more proactive here. Just 10 minutes to go, or 10 to 12 minutes to go before another break in the game. You sense that the CCC, they want to survive rather than attack. And it would be best if you get another man under the bat. There's enough turn and spin so far from Mansingh to suggest that you could get that other player under the bat. Someone has bowled 14 overs, conceded 38. His last 3 overs have been indifferent. Too short for my liking. And he's operating with a slip and a silly point. Jonathan Carter looks solid as Keswick Williams joins us.
It's looking pretty comfortable. full of experience.
Tends to score runs against Jamaica as well.
Scored 82 in the last game against Barbados. So he looks a player in good form. He has been scoring pretty freely as well throughout his innings. Never really looked like he was under pressure. But he's a man that would understand his cricket, and he knows how to score runs at this level.
I think outside of a couple of flashes to the faster men, onto OJ Shields, which was a no ball that wouldn't have counted anyways, and another to Marquino Minley, who probed away from round the wicket. Everything else was or has been quite easy for Jonathan Carter. Looked assured. Played a couple of shots in anger, but they have been beneficial to him and his team. Remember, he's a captain of this team as well.
Few conversations were going around the Caribbean in terms of him being in the CCC team. But to me, having him in the team is definitely a good addition, and with Shamar Brooks as well.
Open your mouth and eat.
Scored 500s in his first class career. 27 50s. Jonathan Carter.
And in terms of competitiveness as well, I would have 3 of them in the team. And like where Brooks is batting, and I like where Carter is batting, so you're bridging the gap in case there is a
Get him now.
I like the fact that you
collapse,
mentioned
yeah.
you want 3.
Yeah.
So what I would have done, as that over comes to an end, it's now 131 for 5. But what I would have done as well is add that 3rd player, but having him be responsible for the young bowlers.
That's where I was going to go. Yeah.
So you can have that fast bowler in the CCC setup that have that experience internationally. So you have Shamar Brooks, who would basically be in charge of the batters. He would be the one to lead the batting unit. Jonathan Carter, with his all-round ability, bats at number 5 and can bowl a few overs for you. Can be the leader for the all-rounders, and also he's a captain as well. So he's the leader overall. But then that fast bowler that can lead these young fast bowler in the CCC unit. So at least you have every end covered for players like
Hackett,
Govasta Edmund,
yeah,
Cyan Hackett, who's an all-rounder.
and Blades. Blades
Blades
is a
also.
left-arm pacer.
Yes.
Driven down the ground by Carter. I think Edmund played for the school that produces majority of Jamaica's cricketers. That's St. Elizabeth Technical High School.
He's actually from Westmoreland.
Yeah, Westmoreland as well. Comes from,
Studies physical education.
yeah, I think he's from White House in Westmoreland.
His favorite moment is cricket is getting his first wicket at this level. West Indies Test captain.
Yeah, Kirk Brathwaite.
Stifled appeal.
I once slid on with the arm, almost like a flipper, but it wasn't as magical as the Shane Warne's flipper. So that one didn't spin, just went on.
It's not really a big spin off the ball. Consistently.
This is a change that I've been calling for. That extra man under the bat. Looks like Kurt McKenzie will be doing the job. Have to be a little bit more proactive here. The Scorpions, they are behind, not just in the not today, but in the wider scheme of things, if they're trying to be pushing for that title. But you have to show that prowess and that eagerness to evolve with the game. 132 for 5. No way the team is going to be attacking to go to 10 minutes before a break. And they haven't shown the inclination.
Then doing a bit of coaching as well. These are things that we expect from him and Shamar. But I like cricket in the Caribbean, in and amongst the CCC players. They can only learn, they can only get better. CCC back in 40. Last played 40, 2013, 2014, around that time.
It's just before the franchise system was created.
Just before the franchise system. So there was a lot of talk around what's the reason why the CCC should not be allowed in 40 cricket. The talks was basically about them taking the cricket to a professional level, the franchise system, and they don't think that the guys from CCC are going to university, college. They don't want them to be away from school so long. But now they're back.
It's never ideal as well.
It will take some time to get them to that standard.
Yeah.
Because it's like a restart. You have to start all over again. To find players. You somewhat have to find a course as well.
Because first of all, you don't want to be building a team with third-year students or fourth-year, final-year students.
It's also very hard for them as well.
Yeah.
Because some of these students probably be on their last year at college, last year at university, and you have to be going to a secondary school or college. You just have to be going to school. And Jonathan Carter just tickled that wrong down to fine leg. Well played. 4 runs, moves on to 48.
Use the pace of that delivery from someone. It was taken from way outside the off stump. Trust the bounce. It's a nice deflector of the ball as well, Carter.
Not really a sweep, just a little
Paddle.
Just a little paddle.
Yeah.
He has some power, but some faint little touches as well that he add to his cricket over the years. Played in that master cricket in America, that T10 Masters cricket that was played in America last year. I think he's masters, but when you look at him and Chadwick and these guys, they're still pretty fit.
It's a critical part of a sportsman's longevity. And if you're looking for the bar, you look at LeBron James in basketball. I don't think he's human, actually.
Yeah. Sometimes I sit down and look at him. They won last night actually against Detroit.
Yeah. See a change in the field, so reading the game situation now, Blackwood forcing Carter to do something different. That looks like a chance. Thinking about 2, and Blackwood is on the ball. Oh, there's a loud appeal. And what will Chris Taylor do? He says not out. We'll have another look at it, but Blackwood was quick. Carter raises his bat for another half century in regional cricket.
Good work from the skipper, Jermaine Blackwood. But Jonathan Carter
bringing up his 50.
still have some speed.
Yeah, I think he was home. It's not conclusive. Where you see the bat is, looks as if he was over the line.
Another half century for Jonathan Carter. Really well played.
That's
Came
a
in when his
28th.
team was in a spot of bother. But show his class and show that he understands how to score runs here at the first class level. Another 50 added to his name.
Instead of 28th for him at this level. But it was also a chance with the pace of Pete Salmon. And the umpires have said that is it for this session. It's now tea time. An eventful final over before the break could have resulted in the wicket of Jonathan Carter, who is on 50 from 87. And the combined campuses and colleges team, they have lost 3 wickets in that session. It's 138 for 5. But you just feel the Scorpions are still holding that upper hand. And you get Keswick's views on this session for the Scorpions. And then we'll take a break for the final session of the day.
Well, the combined campus and colleges is 138 for 5 or 55 overs. Looking at this session, looks very equal. I think CCC climbed their way back into the game. Well played by Jonathan Carter. His 28th 50 at this level. A little bit of excitement on the last delivery. But CCC is going off to tea at 138 for 5. We'll be back to bring you more action here at the Sabina Park here in Jamaica.
So welcome back to Sabina Park for this, the final session of day 1 of the West Indies championship match between the Jamaica Scorpions and the combined campuses and colleges team. And they're in a very good position, the CCC. They are, wouldn't say very good, but they have recovered from a tricky start to be 138 for 5 after 55 overs. Jonathan Carter is on 50. He got to his 50 in the final over before tea. And Romario Greaves, he's yet to score. Abhijay Mansingh has taken 1 wicket for 6 runs from 4 overs. He got a wicket in his second over. That was Demario Richards. The other men to fall: Kristen Kalicharan, Shamar Brooks, Shakir Paris, and Shatrughan Rambaran. First delivery from Mansingh is hit into the man at City Point. That looks like Kurt McKenzie. And we say good afternoon again to Keswick Williams.
Good afternoon to our viewers. First day after Scorpion versus CCC encounter. Entertaining spell of fast bowling we saw this morning from OJ Shields, Gordon O'Brien, and Markino Minley.
Want to see another spell from Shields as well. That one goes towards Gordon Bryan. Shields is feeling at mid-on now. We want to see him coming back in the last session of the day.
That's what's most important. Being able to have that comeback spell, especially at the last session. Jonathan Carter equal to the task, a little bit too short. Romario Graves, my apologies. Good shot to get off the mark. A little bit too short. Equal to the task as well. Good shot.
Yeah,
good use of the feet.
Bad delivery there from Mansingh, and he rocked back and used all the space that he had in the crease. You'd say he used the depth of the crease, Greaves, and punished Mansingh. It's a smash to extra cover. Markino Minley does the fielding, and the first over after tea, only a boundary conceded. 142 for 5, the combined campuses and colleges team after they were sent into bat. And just an update from Kensington Cricket Club, Barbados Pride, they were dismissed for 214 in 49.5 overs. Ryan John, who took 5 wickets here last week, took 4 for 47. Shamar Springer, 2 for 61. And Daryl Cyrus, 2 for 41. There's no Kenneth Demba in this team, as Darius Martin picked up another wicket, 1 for 51, while there was a run out. And that run out was of Jonathan Drakes for 12. Kevin Wickon top scored with 74. Shane Dorich made 37, and Joel 21. The only other person into double figures was Chem Holder with 18. So the Volcanoes continuing on their good start here in Jamaica. They seem to be loving life here, Kes.
Who don't love life here in Jamaica? A few of those guys went down to Trenchtown the other day on their break. Visit the Bob Marley Museum as well, so guess they're having some fun here in Jamaica. Who wouldn't have fun in Jamaica?
They're having more fun than me.
Fun under the sun.
And someone will continue. It's over the wicket to Carter. Tops it into the covers. And the other game, there's a century for Mikhail Louis. 113 for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They're 259 for 5 against the Guyana Harpy Eagles at Warner Park. Joel Andrew, who played in the Under-19 World Cup, he's also playing. He only faced a delivery though. Hit to cover. So he made a first ball. Not the best start for the youngster. 68 not out for Jamar Hamilton. He made a 50 in the first game.
Take it away, Peter.
So
Take it away.
269 for 5. The Hurricanes, they lost to the emerging academy team last week. And Trinidad, they are 81 without loss in their response to 163 made by the West Indies Academy. That game is at the Connery Sports Club, the infamous Connery Sports Club.
Is that the cow abandoned game?
Yeah. Venue. Sweet shot. Missed there by Carter. That one was badly lined. So no issues with him sweeping. No threat to his stumps, Carter. He just looks a class above the others so far. 50 from 91 balls.
Yeah, he looks pretty comfortable. And as we rightly mentioned,
Working, boys. Keep working, boys.
this is what we should expect from him.
Keep working,
He's
boys.
been around the circuit for a while. Played international cricket for West Indies. 33 ODIs.
Oh, yes.
That completes another over from Pete Salmon. That's a maiden over. And the score remains 142 for 5. So Carter's 50, Shamar Brooks 36, and Shatrugan Rambaran 16. The only players into double figures. And the CCC, they're looking to get their first batting points off the championship as well. Didn't get any in the first game. Got dismissed for under 200 twice against the Barbados Pride. And by the way, those wickets for John and Springer. 6 wickets there. And then Darius Martin 7. So that's bowling, fast bowling points again.
So in terms of points, the Volcanoes has been doing a good job.
Yeah.
Probably the only team that maybe received most of the points so far in this year's for the championship.
Yeah.
So this speaks volume for them
And they
coming into this year's tournament.
Yeah. There's no Sherman Lewis, by the way. You had suggested that it would be a touch and go. Because he didn't bowl on that final, which turned out to be the final day, the third day.
Well, they have added Tyson out of Dominica to the squad. And Sherman is probably home already. Left this morning. Him and Kieran Couture, who haven't played a game yet. First game was on the bench. Change, but we're not a part of that franchise, so we don't know their plans going into this game. What we do know is that we're here at Sabina, and Abijay Mansing is operating. 2 balls so far this over. Not really a big turn off the ball, but so far so good.
I think he feels better with this spell. Feels a little bit more confident, has more control as well.
The thing is, leg spin is a very hard art to really master. Repetition is key. I can remember listening Steph Curry saying he shoot 500 shots a day.
That's another spinner there, Nehemiah Perry. Speaking to Lennox Aldred, reporter here in Jamaica. Yeah, so the repetition of shooting 300 three-pointers makes it very easy for him. Yeah.
500 3-pointers a day.
Wow.
500 3-pointers a day he shoots.
Wow.
That's just for practice, repetition.
Yeah.
and people will see him shoot in the game.
I think it's easy.
I think it's easy.
And he gets a wicket. You sensed it. So the move from that short leg to silly point, the man in front of Romario Greaves, flighted delivery from Mansingh, a wild hack from Greaves, and the ball skews off the edge. And a simple take for Jermaine Blackwood. You don't get them easier than that. And a 6th wicket goes down for the CCC at 142.
All about repetition. Repetition. Being able to control what you're delivering. Romario Graves is gone for 4.
Big moment again for the Scorpions. They got a wicket the second ball after lunch. And now the 3rd over after tea they have struck. And it's just about building that pressure. I was about to say something is going to happen with this delivery. You could see that Greaves was itching. And if we could see the replay again to see his hands before the ball was bowled. Yeah, just a big swish at it. I don't know where he was trying to hit that ball. Probably you could tell me. But he didn't get a good enough stride in to hit the ball through the offside. Pete Salmon will be continuing. Jonathan Carter is now joined by Cian Hackett. That's a familiar name in Barbados.
Out of Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah.
Known for his white ball cricket though. But it's always good to have players to make transition at an early age, early stage. Was having a conversation this morning off air with Ricardo about Joseph and the fact that from now until the next test he would be playing white ball cricket.
Oh, that's
And
Shamar
what can
Joseph,
that
yeah.
do for him? But
Boys.
Yeah.
good delivery. This over, he was just consistently bowling just outside the line of foot stump, spinning it away. It's all about maturity as well. I mean, Jonathan Carter haven't really played a foul shot as yet. He has been playing everything on his merit. He's a skipper. He's leading from the front. Second half century. The second game. So he's showing the reason why he's skipper and why they put him in charge of leading these bunch of youngsters.
And he goes for that paddle again that has brought him so much runs. Good feeling here from Ajay Mansingh. He got a run quickly. And this is where the Scorpions are going to go in now for the kill.
So I've been doing a bit of research on Cian Hackett from Trinidad and Tobago. His peers, friends, call him Little Pollard.
Oh, really? Well, he wears 55. That's a good start.
I'll tell you, he can hit the ball. Had the chance to be around this youngster, played with him in US, saw him winning the game for us as well with the bat, striking some hefty blows. So he can hit the ball, but then that's white ball cricket, that's T20. And then there's T10 in Trinidad. But this is a completely different game.
Going now for the juggler, the Scorpions. They have a silly point, a short leg and a slip. I'd love to see a short leg as well. Well, a leg slip, I should say. Just to have another one around him.
He's one of those players that's really strong down the ground.
There's a chance here. Nope. Ball ballooned in the air to short leg. Hackett is pushing firmly at the deliveries. His first one went down to mid-off, but he drove it with confidence. Now he's telling Chadwick Walton to drop to mid-off. 3/4 to the boundary, so that's almost long off. And he senses the power in Hackett.
Catch him, Carlos. Run him out.
That's because he push at the ball so hard. He has hard hands.
And there was probably a ploy as well to get him off strike, to get him to face Man Singh. But that didn't work, as it's a dot delivery at 143 for 6 after 59 overs, the CCC. I don't know if you're finished with his story about his exploits in the USA.
Yes, I played with him in USPL. America have so much leagues popping up all over the country. I saw him won a game for us with the bat, and he can hit it a long way. I would love to see him playing white ball cricket for CCC though. He's very handy with the ball as well. Bowls a tidy medium pace. It's all about learning. So when I had conversation with Edmund, his main thing this year is to learn as much as possible. He's just 20, first year in first class cricket. So he wants to learn as much as possible at this level. So the next time around, well, he said it with confidence. The next time around when I'm being selected, so that's a good start. That I understand my game even better. And I could be able to do things for my skipper and for my team. Yes, he wants to perform, but this year is mainly all about learning what's the do's and don'ts at this level.
That's wrapped on the pad, and there's a loud appeal. Chris Taylor is unmoved. Mansingh is distraught. He can't believe it. That one was quick and flatter, and I thought Carter was trapped on the crease as he was trying to work it to the onside. That looks adjacent. I won't say out. You tell me. Sliding down. Kes says sliding down.
Good decision. I'll give that to him.
Goes for the pull this time, and there's Walton in the way at deep mid-wicket. So when Mansingh gets home and looks at the replays,
He wouldn't be bothered.
you would understand that the umpire made a good call. It looked close because of
It pitched on stump. I'll give him that.
And I think the reaction of Carter as well almost sold it, as if he was beaten for pace off the wicket. Should have been forward to that delivery, by the way. Carter.
That's the thing that leg spinners do to you. They have a leg slip in place.
Yeah. So he's bowling to Hackett now with mid-off in the circle, what would be a 30-yard circle, and mid-on, very close mid-on as well, in O.J. Shields, who is getting warm.
Not sure what he actually tried to do there, Hackett.
Not sure if he was kicking it away or leaving alone.
Well, he's still there. That's the most important thing.
Goes hard at that one. It goes to O.J. Shields in a hurry. And that completes the 60th over of the day. And the CCC, they're 144 for 6.
Over the score is 144 for loss of 6 wickets.
Still pretty eager to see Gordon Bryan with the older ball again. Think he's more of a handful with the older ball. Last game we saw him seam it really well. That's how you want to rate a fast bowler. One that can use the new ball and even better with the old ball.
Changes in the field here for Pete Salmon to Jonathan Carter. Long off and long on. It's a backward point in Bonner. He goes straight to him.
So it's good. It would be good to see Oje Shields when he gets back the ball.
Carter goes for that sweep. Mansing is coming around. Carter is putting pressure on him for a second, and he will get it. Good cricket all around. A bad delivery though, but good shot and good fielding from Mansing. He takes the score now up to 146 for 6, and Shields has bowled 8 overs for the day, 5 in the first spell, 3 in the second.
And that's the thing I like about Jonathan Carter. As long as it comes down on the line of leg stump, he doesn't even try to overhit it. Just paddles it around.
Catch him.
He looks very comfortable,
Boys.
very compact, fit as well. He has been running twos very easily as skipper Blackwood removes his feeler from short leg. So you now have short, fine leg,
I think
and that feeler that was mainly at the conventional fine leg era is more to a backward square region.
Catch him.
I think Blackwood is now worried that Carter is going to be playing the field, and that he's going to be trying to almost milk the bowling. So 2 deliveries to come. I think he's going to be just pushing this down to mid-off or mid-on. Get off strike and give Hackett a delivery to face. Let's see. He says no run.
Well, he tried.
He did try to force it off the back foot. It's only a delivery to come.
Boys.
And backward signals to mid-off. And the man at deep point, the Shields.
Shields coming in, Chadwick coming in. So I guess they're trying to prevent a single here. See if they can get Abijay Manson to bowl at least 4 of his deliveries to Hackett. Trying to steal one there, but
So that completes the over. 146 for 6. Only 2 off it. And Mansing, I think, will be continuing. And he'll be bowling to Sian Hackett to start over number 62. A better turnout today, by the way. And turnout in quotation.
well, it's a holiday.
I think that's Rashada Williams. Jamaica.
It's a holiday here in Jamaica.
Yeah.
It's Valentine's.
Selena White, I think that is in the grey tights. Hackett is ready to face Mansing. He's taking no risks. He's ensuring that he's going anywhere the ball is.
I'm not sure if Cyan is reading it from Abijay. It looks a bit clueless.
I haven't seen a googly so far. So let's see. He goes downtown and crashes it into the boundary for 4. Maybe he knows what he's doing.
As long as it's full, he would go downtown with you.
Yeah, that's in the slot. Over pitched. Easy. Clean strike off the ball, that though. As you say, they call him Mini Pollard, Hackett. Wears a 55 on his back. Similar to Pollard. I would be tempted to go a little bit more ear to him as well. Take some pace off it. Good combat though from Mansing. That one was threatening the stumps. No spinners, they're not. They don't like to be hit over their head or getting hit at all. 150 is on the board, by the way. $150 for 6. Would you be tempted to bowl that googly to Hackett?
Definitely, if he can. Because it's not that he's picking well. That delivery that he hit for 4 was really full. So as long as he can hit the right line and length as a spinner, bowling that googly as well can create a bit of problem. Seeing that Jonathan Carter is a left-hander, you would have probably think by now.
Goes hard again and he goes dead straight again. And it's 4 again for Hackett. And he's taking a liking now to Mansingh's bowling. Another overpitch delivery. He wasn't scared to use those big shoulders, those big blades to get another boundary to take the score up to 154 for 6.
I guess he's showing why they call him Mini Pollard. Anything too full, he goes down the ground with it. As I mentioned, he likes to hit the ball down the ground. Plays pretty straight as well. But you would probably like to think by now that it's an off spinner operating from the Michael Holden end and a leg spinner operating from the Courtney Walsh end. The off spinner is bowling most of his deliveries to Jonathan Carter that is going across him. And the leg spinner is bowling most of his deliveries to Cyan Hackett that's going across him as well, spinning away from him. So we like to think that Jonathan Carter will want to face the leg spinner and let Cyan Hackett get in and feel a little bit more comfortable with the off spinner, knowing that the ball is coming into him.
Hit on the up by Carter. He's running hard out to Shields. He wanted 2. Sent back by Carter was Hackett. 155 now for 6. It's now interesting matchup, I think this is. Someone is traditionally hard to hit down the ground. And Hackett is showing a liking for that region between mid-off and wideish mid-wicket with his bat swing. So let's see how he copes with someone who is coming from the Michael Holding end. He's allowed appeal, but that's never going to be out. Or shouldn't be given out.
Height will always be a problem here because of the consistency in bounce of the wicket.
He has a wide stance.
Which is, I think it's really good in terms of the bounce that we get here. It's good for the cricket. For the last couple of years, we have been having some issues that spinners really dominate first-class cricket, or even list a cricket here in the Caribbean. They bowl the bulk of the overs. Here in Jamaica, what we have seen from the last game is that Pacers really dominated the last game with Windwards and the Scorpion. This game has been shared equally so far.
He's trying to force that one off the back foot. It evades someone and takes the score up to 156 for 6. Tidy bowling effort so far from the Scorpions. And they have picked up 6 wickets so far. 1 in this session. That is off Romario Greaves. He was caught at slip. A real wild shot off the bowling of Mansingh, who is going to continue. He's going to be bowling from the Courtney Walsh end. It's going to be a good contest again between him and Hackett. He was slammed down the ground twice in the previous over. Yes. Looks to pack a punch here, Hackett. Don't think if the man is 3/4 or on the boundary it matters if he connects properly. Hits the ball hard. 15 deliveries faced so far, and you can see that. You can pick that up. It's a silly point in Kurt McKenzie, who could be in danger. It's Mansingh. Continues. 2 for 19 from 8.
The good thing about Sion is that at least he's hitting the balls that he's comfortable with, that he know he can hit. So as long as it's full, he goes down the ground.
Very safe area as well. Gets him on the pad. He's thinking about a single. Haven't seen variation delivery from Van Singers yet. Has been constant leg spinners. Pushes up to mid-off. There's a loud shot. There's a run-out chance. They get one. Good positive run in that.
Something that I think plagued our spinners over the years, especially our leg spinners. Not being able to get proper control of their deliveries, especially bowling that googly. The last Super 50, I would say, in terms of what I saw from Hayden Walsh and being able to bowl his googlies and the control, it was brilliant to see. Yannick Carrier as well. So it was somewhat of a seesaw battle with both bowlers or like spinners to compete for that place in West Indies team. They both played really well for Leewards and Trinidad. Wrong ability, because Hayden did score some runs for Leewards, so to Carrier.
Final ball of this over from Mansingh. And Carter works it down to long on to retain the strike at 158 for 6. And I think that would be, well, it's going to be another change, not just here in the commentary box, but also at the bowling crease, because I think OJ Shields will be coming on now to replace Pete Salmon at 158 for 6, the CCC. So after Keswick, you're going to hear from Kimberly Forbes.
So we have been asking for OJ Shields for a while to see what he's like with the old ball. We know of Gordon O'Brien with the old ball. We see how good he is. Also to Marquino Minley. Both really good with the old ball. So we saw them in the last game, but we're still waiting to see OJ Shields with the old ball. That's how you really give the fast bowlers their props in terms of how they operate with the old ball. As I speak about props, you have Kimberly coming into the commentary box. How are you, Kimberly?
I'm good, Keswick. How about you on this Valentine's Day?
I'm great. I don't really focus on it too much.
Have you
But
called your Valentine's already?
I did that.
Oh, that's good.
But you know what I like about Valentine is the color. I like red.
Oh.
Not my favorite color, but it's a good color.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a lot of teams use red that don't win much, like Manchester. But it's okay.
It seems as if you're throwing words at Jerome.
Is he wearing a Manchester top?
I think so.
I'm not sure. Well, I guess he's wearing a weak uniform. He's trying to say that it's all about Valentine's, but he's supporting Manchester. Very weak team now. Glory days are done, but OJ Shields has the ball in hand.
Nice shot.
First delivery. Jonathan Carter spanked 2 extra cover for 4. Brilliantly played.
Was in control of that and punishes it. He's well set, Keswick. Been at the crease for quite some time now. He moves on to 60 from 112. But I heard you mention something about Super 50 before I came on here. And when the last time they met, these two teams met in a Super 50, the CCC, they beat the Jamaica Scorpions.
Coming back well with a short delivery to the rib cage of Jonathan Carter. Just ease down to backward of square for 1. Brings Cyan Hackett on strike. Would love to see how he would approach batting with OJ Shields. Still looks a bit pacey from where I'm sitting here. Still look like he's coming on. But as I said, he do have the pace, but the only thing that I want to see him get better at is the control, Kimberly. But as I said, he's pretty young. He's still young in first class cricket. And not a lot of games behind him.
Yes. And the control is very important, Keswick. I totally agree with you. I think he bowled about 9 no balls, and I think maybe after the game you can go down and have a chat with him and tell him how he can control that too.
I'm pretty sure it is something that Coach Richardson is working with him, but it takes time.
Yes. Wow.
Cyan Hackett down the ground. Early. Trying to hit that one over the top. Jonathan Carter will definitely have something to say about that. Not something that we would usually see at this level, in this format. But as I mentioned, they do call him the mini Pollard, so something that you would see Pollard do at the T20 level.
Yes.
Well, T20 format, I should say.
But to walk down to a man like OJ Shields, who is so quick, that is some level of bravery.
Well, you have to be brave to play this cricket. Sometimes I sit down and I look at opening batters, batting bowlers who bowl up to 90, 92 miles per hour with that cherry. It's scary.
It is.
But they know better than me.
Well, Hackett, he gets some runs today at Shedwin Park in the first innings. He went for a duck in the first innings and for 5 in the second innings.
Still good heat from OJ Shields. But then again, we go back to the discussion I was having this morning with Nado about being able to control and be consistent, and knowing that he would only be using somewhat of a 5-over spell. You would want him to be consistent in terms of line and length and not use the short ball too much. For this over so far, we have seen him gone short about 3 deliveries. That one was a wide.
Yes.
So it's about not getting carried away with the pace you have and being able to work magic for your skipper. And spanked through cover. This could be 4. Abijay Mansing giving up the chase. Full face of the bat presented by Cyan Hackett. Punch through cover. Great shot.
Well, he watched it well and played it well. Gets a boundary at the end of the over. So 168 for 6. Spectators still coming in the evening here. We're in the last session of day 1 in round 2. See some cricketers there. Played in that Selena White, national player.
And it's Abijay Mansing to continue. Cyan Hackett. 4 of the last delivery of this Abijay of the Oche Shields over. Spank through cover.
Blackwood wouldn't mind getting another wicket from Mansing. So Mansing picked up 2 wickets. I heard umpire Taylor said that the over is slow. They need to hurry.
Jonathan Carter looks pretty comfortable at the crease, playing from the front as a skipper. Abijay Mansing operating comfortable behind that one.
Yeah, and the CCC, they don't want to lose another wicket. We're in the last session of the day. We want to come back fresh tomorrow and pick up where they start from. So they were just batting carefully here, watching every delivery.
They're scoring pretty slow. But the slow scoring is because of them losing wickets. So Jonathan Carter, as a skipper, always feel like you'll have to rebuild every single hour or so. He has to start over. They have lost 6 wickets so far. Come back and punch that one through extra cover. Bonner chasing. That one was a bit of a teaser, as we'll see here in the Caribbean. Could have only gotten 2 though. Bonner looking a little bit stiff. Not sure. I think he needs to have a little, and it's been called 4. Bonner not really happy with that one. We'll take a look at it again. A really good chase by him. One point we thought that he was giving up. It's a good stop.
Oh,
come on, Bonner. Come on, Bonner.
his foot was still over the ropes.
We expect a lot better from you. In the Caribbean, we call that what? Schoolboy error?
Yeah.
Someone said it. Someone said it's preschool error.
But in the first innings against Barbados, Keswick, Jonathan, he made 59 from 131. And in the second innings, he's just made 1 from 9 deliveries, and he's at 65 from 117 now. It's a lot. He has to carry the team now, even to the end of play, and come back, as I said earlier, tomorrow morning. At the end of over 66, it is 173 for 6.
At the close of that over, score is 173. 173 for 6.
I'm sure that skipper, Jeremy Blockwood, whenever he gives or just shields the ball in, he's looking for a wicket, because he should be their trump card in terms of the pace. So far, he's not really giving what the skipper requires. Not being able to hit that line and that length consistently. 9 overs so far, 39 runs, 2 wickets.
Hackett seems to be in a good spirit. Energy is up.
I think both batters should start thinking about how they want to finish today's play.
Right on.
As Jonathan Carter comes back, push that one to short cover. Chadwick Walton standing there. I think they would want to have a plan to how they want to finish today's play and coming back tomorrow. Think that should be the plan now for both batters. Coming up on the first hour after tea in the third session of the day. Jonathan Carter cutting that one behind point, and this could be 4. Looks like 4. Wondering if we have the replay to help the umpires with this one, because it's a lovely shot off the back foot, cut to backward point. Pete Salmon, sorry, is that Gordon O'Brien doing chase? I think it looks like 4, but
I think he bunks it back in play there, Keswick.
the umpire don't have the use of the television replay to help make his decision better, but looks like 4 from here. And again, but straight to Kurt McKenzie. He's actually out there. Looks a lot like Gordon Brian.
So earlier, Keswick, you mentioned about the plan. Remember when Hackett went down the wicket to Shields, and Carter went up to him and have a word. I think he said to him, don't throw away your wickets. Let's stay here and bat out the rest of the session. So that's the plan, is to bat out the rest of the day and come back tomorrow.
Well, that will obviously be the plan, trying to finish today's play. Both batter who's at the crease now, after Cyan, no really notable batters to come in. Shot again. Fielded at gully by Nkrumah Bonner. But yeah, that will be the obvious plan. Finish the first hour after tea and then start to think about finishing the day's play. Come back tomorrow and build on what you have. Try to get batting points.
Wow.
So it's good to see that he's still carrying to the keeper at that height. So there's no doubt about it. He has the pace.
End of that over, the score is 176 for 6.
But he just need to have that extra bit of control. But batters, they're walking to, it's now a drinks break. They're walking to their substitute fielder to have a little drink. And we'll be back after the short drinks break here at the Sabina Park for the first day of the West Indies 4-day championship between the Scorpions and CCC. Back here at the Sabina Park after a short drinks break. CCC are now 176 for 6.
Seems as if he's going to turn to Gordon Bryan now. Hunting for another wicket.
We saw him in the first game using the old ball, and he's a really good bowler with the old ball. So he's good with the new ball, and in my estimation, he's a bit better with the old ball. So he's good with the new ball, but a little bit better with the old ball. Seems it in, out. And in terms of consistency, you can count on him for that.
Yeah, you mentioned the first game he picked up 4 for 64 in 23 overs. Only picked up a wicket for those 20 runs from 11 overs. So the captain turns to him, hunting for another one to see if they can get at least 2 more quick wickets.
Let's go, gentlemen. Let's go again.
Starts on the money right away, as expected. Gordon Bryan. He's one of those bowlers that you could trust to come and keep things tight, and at the same time present that opportunity to get in a wicket. In terms of the skills and being able to stay consistent, I think he's probably one of the better bowlers that we have seen, even from the last game against the Windward Island Volcanoes.
That's a little inward to you, huh?
Yes.
His ability to set up batters. I still always talk about when he outfoxed Tevin Walcott in that last game. He's the main reason why Jamaica in that last game against Win was on the second day clawed himself back into the game. They won that first session on the second day with him and Pete Salmon operating. Would like to see Cyan Hackett approach towards Garno. He's a lot slower than O.J. Shields. O.J. Shields, obviously, he has that pace factor. So Cyan would probably not be as aggressive as he would against Garno. But what Garno have is that skill set where he can swing it in and out.
And be consistent with his line and length, too. And I think that is the thing that he has over O.J. Shields, Keswick, being consistent with line and length.
Like the fact that he pays close attention to his fitness, which is very, very important. This could be 2. Jonathan Carter is a fit fellow. Just squeeze it down behind backward point. Pete Salmon, who's at deep point, retrieving that one. He's in a way now. He's on 72. Really good innings. Really well calculated innings. Under pressure as well. Because was losing wickets around him.
See, he's mindful of what's happening around him, and he knows the part that he has to play as the captain. So a 72 from 127 delivers. And Hackett is there backing up, rotating the strike as well.
That one just sliding down to leg side.
That's the over.
Dot ball to finish. That Gordon O'Brien over.
Score is now
24 runs, 1 wicket so far for for Gordon O'Brien.
If you were the captain here, Keswick, would you bring back Pete?
I would have still given Shield over or so.
Talking about Pete, he's been introducing the attack now, reintroducing the attack. So the plan is for Blackwood is try to get a wicket. So you see he moves quickly from Shields to Pete, thinking that Pete can create the damage here that they're looking for.
Well, the other thing too you have to take into consideration is that OJ, he's just coming back from an injury. So you have to be very smart in terms of how you use him.
Right.
Pete immediately finding the edge of sign. Hackett getting close to the boundary. Blackwood is quick.
Well, he had to put a little bit of football practice in play, football skills in play.
Well, I heard that he's fast. I know he's fast. That could have done a little bit of harm to him. Happy that he's okay. I was telling Foster a couple of days ago, his friend Johan Blake invited him to a chat meet. So he went to do some running with some professional athletes who run. That's their job, athletics.
Yes.
And the camera couldn't pick up Blackwood because he was too slow. It's not your field. Stick to cricket. So even though he's that fast on the field, the athlete showed him up.
On the track.
And I have video evidence. Can't say I'm lying. Well, clearly I don't have video evidence because the camera didn't pick him up.
So how did you pick him up?
I was there.
Oh.
How's that?
A lot of his friends wouldn't miss that for the world.
So Pete hunting for a wicket. I don't think Jonathan Carter will throw away his wicket carelessly here, Keswick. He's going to be very watchful.
Well, just an hour of play left.
Oh, yeah.
So skipper of the team, Jonathan Carter, would understand and know what he needs to do here. It's now 186 for 6 after the 69th over. Quiet over as well.
Natasha McClingin on the screen there. They call her the female Chris Gayle. Yeah, they call her the female version.
Thought that was DeAndre Dottin. So much people want to be Chris Gayle, I could tell you that.
Who wouldn't want to be?
Had the opportunity to play with him as well. Great guy. Enjoys his cricket. Usually a happy man as well.
Yes.
Hardly see this guy angry. Straight as an arrow. He likes to go down the ground. He would be a bit more comfortable batting Gordon. It's not as fast as OJ Shields.
And that is the best way for a batsman to bat straight. Sometimes you'll hear the coach says bat straight. Instead of going across the line, you'll give the bowlers an opportunity to hit the pad or the stumps.
Yeah, it's all about presenting the full face of the bat.
Yes.
Something that you will learn from a lot of coaches growing up. Hit the ball straight, play straight. I was having a very interesting conversation with a coach the other day. Down the ground again. No run though. And he was telling me that cricket is being played at an angle. And I mentioned to him, I said, but growing up, you never hear coaches say to bat at an angle. You'd always say to bat straight, hit the ball
Right.
straight. But at the end of the discussion, we both, just a quick one, quick single, get there pretty easy at the end. But yeah, we, at the end of the conversation, came to a conclusion that, okay, cricket is being played in straight line and angles. Because we couldn't really come to grips with what we were trying to accomplish in the conversation. So just sat down and like, okay, all right, cricket is being played at an angle and it's being played straight as well.
So you agree
Because
to
growing
disagree.
growing up, you'll hear your coaches say, hit the ball straight.
.184 for 6 in the 70th over. Just one run from the over so far.
The good thing about that conversation is that we both understand what we were saying to each other. That's the most important thing. He understands me, I understand him, but we just couldn't come
To that
to
agreement.
the realization that I could say I won or he won. But the good thing is understanding each other. It was a healthy discussion though. And it's always good to learn, and it's always good to play shots like that. Could get 3. Jonathan Carter is a fit guy. Settle for 2. Just flick through mid wicket. Carlos Brown doing the chase. I can remember Ricardo asking Foster who are the better feelers in this team, and he did mention Carlos Brown and Kurt McKenzie if you have to leave out Blackwood. But honestly, I think you can choose someone like Chadwick Walton in that.
Well, looking at the score here now, Keswick, when the CCC played Barbados Pride, they were all out in the first innings, so 185. And here at the end of 70 overs, they're at 186 to 6. So they are really holding things down here, even though they are scoring slow. Carter, at the end of every over, he'll go over and have a conversation there with Hackett.
Even between overs as well, which is important.
Yes.
It's important to always talk to them, but sometimes you can't really feed them too much. Just hoping that they're taking enough.
And it will take us back to the conversation that Renardo Brown had this morning when he said, you know, you've been at the crease for some time and you're
Catch him, none.
the other batter will walk over to you and say, just Baton. So I think that's what he's saying. Baton, we're trying to bat out the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's a scary thing. I never liked it. I like the fact that he brought it up. It happened to me once. I was nowhere close to the international scene. But Cyan Hackett is close to that one. I was close to that one to spank it over mid-off for 4 to full from Pete Salmon. It was a good shot. As I said, he likes to go down the ground. So anything too full or too close to him, he would go. So as I was saying, I like the fact that Ronaldo brought it up, because I could remember even it was way before I'm even close to play international cricket or anything like that. So we were playing against Australia. It was World Cup in the Caribbean.
Catch him now.
So Windward Islands selected a team to play against
Working, boys.
Pakistan, Australia, and Zimbabwe in St. Lucia. And I was fortunate enough to be on that team. And I could remember Sean Tate, Mitchell Johnson, Bretley was in that team, Dirk Nanes was in that team. And I think it was Sean Tate operating at one end. I was batting with Lyndon James out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He was a wicket-keeper batter. And he bowled a ball to me. I'm going to be honest, I didn't see it. And then Lyndon James walked down to me. And he told me to bat on. And he was like, just hold that end. I was scared. I was like, you're the batter here. You should be batting on. He bowled a bumper to Lyndon James, hit him off the glove. One bounce, 4. And Lyndon walked up like he has 2 helmets under his arm and shake it off like it was a shot. From that moment on, I didn't see anything after that.
Just
So that baton thing, I don't like it. I don't want to baton. I want to get out of here.
Well, that single brings up the 50 partnership between Hackett and Carter. And it's the end of the 71 over. It is 192 for 6.
End of the over, the score reads 192 for the loss of 6 wickets.
So a family comes in there to enjoy lovely cricket. It's happy to have back cricket in Jamaica. It's a holiday here. And it's the man who is celebrating Valentine's Day here in the commentary box. Renata Brown is back with me. Hi, Renata.
Hello, Kim. Glad to be back. Glad to be celebrating the Day of Love. I'm a little bit jealous because I was just watching the stream from Kensington Cricket Club, and I saw Wavell Hines and Jimmy Adams watching that game. Barbados up against the Windward Islands. I'm a little bit jealous that they're not here watching this game, but I'm pretty sure that they will swing by Sabina Park at some point during this contest. It hasn't been the most exciting day of cricket. But at 192 for 6, I think the CCC team, having gone through what they did last week against Barbados Pride, will be very happy. That's a nice shot off the back foot for no run. Jonathan Carter has been that rock in this team, and you need someone to bat through. And I'm hoping that the fact that the Jamaica Scorpions are batting second here, that the Jamaica Scorpions senior batters can look at this innings from Jonathan Carter and to construct one in a similar vein. Because it's very important for the Scorpions, as this one is slapped and it goes down to that third man region and races to the boundary for 4. So a really good shot from Jonathan Carter. Just slapped it over that third man region and it raced into the boundary for 4. So Carter to rotate the strike. But what I've not seen yet from him is that kind of poise and confidence in playing through the cover region. Most of his runs, if not all his boundaries, have been straight down the ground. So whenever the Jamaica Scorpions bowlers have erred in terms of bowling too full, he has managed to capitalize on it and score straight down the ground. Now, I would really want to see the Jamaica Scorpions bowlers for the remainder of today's play trying to get him to play through the coverage. And I'm not saying that he can't do it, but I've not seen it just yet in this innings.
Maybe you don't want to risk it though, Ronaldo, but playing down the play straight is his strong point, obviously. So going through the covers and how the way Shields and Gardner is bowling, you don't want to take that chance to go across or play that type of shot to try and get out.
True, and I'm going to pressure my technical operator because I would love for him to be able to show us back the dismissal of Shamar Brooks. So whenever Jason can, I'm going to ask Jason to show us back the dismissal, if he can, of Shamar Brooks. So we won't be able to see it. But if I can describe it, it was a delivery from Pete Salmon. He was constantly bowling straight, being pushed into the onside, being pushed down the ground. And it was a delivery outside the line of the off stump. As this one is tucked into a vacant mid-wicket region, they will look for two, should come back for two, and they do comfortably. This is what they've done so well in this partnership. A lot of twos. So it was a delivery tossed up by Pete Salmon outside the line of the off stump to the right-handed Shamar Brooks. And Brooks went for the big booming drive outside the off stump to hit the ball through the cover region. Pitched, spun through bat and pad, and hit the stumps. No, that's the kind of dismissal that a Pete Salmon should be looking to do to see and Hackett, who I haven't seen played through the cover region just yet.
So
There's a loud appeal, and the finger has been risen. So he doesn't have to play through the cover region. Cian Hackett, a beautiful delivery from Gordon Bryan, a lifting delivery. And came off the outside edge. And really well taken behind the stumps by Romaine Morris. And Gordon Bryan strikes again.
well, you can see Carter patting him on the shoulder. I think he went over too early, went over to the half stump too early. And he peels the gloves to the keeper. Let's look at it again, Ronaldo.
I think it got the outside edge. Pretended as if it didn't get the outside edge, but did. But again, that delivery was round about fifth stump. Was outside the line of the off stump and was asking him to play through that cover region. If he was to get back to ball, he would have had to play that delivery into that extra cover region or in front of point. And as you said, did not look or shape as if he wanted to get it through the offside, was more looking to defend the ball straight down the ground. And that's what I'm talking about with the